tô aqui, gente. Vou falando para teste. 1, 2, teste, checando. 1, 2, check, check. 1, 2, check. Chegou, Lemos. Lemos, fala com o Veiga. Check. Estou falando no microfone para teste. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, falando para teste, para plenária 1 para plenária 2. Da plenária 1 para plenária 2 no floor. Estou falando pelo floor. I'm talking from for plenary 1 to plenary 2 overflow. Repete, por favor. Floor checking from plenary 1 to plenary 2. Floor checking, plenary 1 to plenary 2. Não, estou falando do floor, do microfone. Eu vou no púlpito para falar então. Estou falando do front of house.
distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, may I please ask you to take your seats? We are about to begin with the ceremonial opening of the high-level segment. Please, may I ask you to take your seats. Thank you.
And he starts.
And say this.
So he needs to open, right?
He needs to say all of this. And
Yes.
he's announcing the film. He
Yes.
goes back down after the film.
Yeah. But I'm asking.
He needs to
to open. Okay. Yes.
Oh, I can bounce down. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, honored guests, welcome to the opening of the high-level segment on the occasion of the 30th session of the Conference of the Parties, the 20th session of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol, and the 7th session of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties of the Paris Agreement. I now declare open the joint fourth meeting of COP30, fourth meeting of CMP20, and fourth meeting of CMA7. This morning, we are honored to have with us His Excellency Mr. Geraldo Alckmin, Vice President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, and Her Excellency Ms. Annalena Baerbock, President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Dear delegates, I now invite you to watch a short film. Before we begin, allow me to briefly introduce the images and the music you are going to see and hear. The sequence of photographies was conceived by Lélia Vanik Salgado based on the photographs of her late husband, Sebastião Salgado. Their Amazonia series was created mainly between 2013 and 2019 as a testimony to the forest and to the peoples who inhabit it. Born in 1944 in Minas Gerais, Sebastião Salgado became a global reference in documentary photography. He responded with great generosity to the invitation of the COP30 presidency to allow his images to inspire the participants of this conference. In May 2025, Sebastião Salgado passed away. His legacy remains as a restless conscience of our time, a gaze that dignifies people, their work, their lands, while also calling us on protecting the forests, the waters, and all living beings in our planet. The music you will hear that was chosen by Lélia and him is an aria from the Baquianas Brasileiras No. 5 by Heitor Villa-Lobos, composed in 1938 for soprano and 8 cellos, a meeting between Brazilian traditional music and Baroque form. Villa-Lobos drew deeply from Brazilian popular songs, modinhas, cocos, cantigas, and he entered in a dialogue with the forest with a series of masterpieces. We will hear the version interpreted by Brazilian soprano Maria Lúcia Godoy, one of our most distinguished classical singers. I now invite you to watch this short presentation. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, thank you for your attention. I would like to invite to the podium His Excellency Mr. Geraldo Alckmin, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Brazil. Her Excellency Ms. Annalena Baerbock, President of the 80th Session of the United Nations General Assembly. Mr. Simon Stew, Executive Secretary of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And Ms. Noura Hamlaji, Deputy Executive Secretary of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. I would like to acknowledge here the presence of Mr. Juliano Salgado, son of the late photographer Sebastião Salgado, who is here as a leader of the Instituto Terra, a remarkable reforestation and ecosystem restoration initiative in the state of Minas Gerais, and thank his family for having allowed us to have this beautiful opening. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of Roberta Lima Ferreira, the lifetime partner of our late Daniel Machado da Fonseca, a dedicated climate negotiator with deep sense of social justice, an extraordinary human being who left us far too early during the build-up of this COP. Our hearts and thoughts are with Roberta and her family. Distinguished delegates, it is my pleasure to invite the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Climate Change Secretariat, Simon Stew, to address the plenary. Executive Secretary, you have the floor.
Excellencies, honourable ministers, your arrival meets COP mid-stride. We're no longer talking about what this COP must do. We are doing it, but we must strive for more. Negotiators are working around the clock. I commend the spirit of goodwill throughout week one. It reflects a widespread conviction that the Paris Agreement is humanity's only way to survive this global climate crisis and to spread the vast benefits of climate action to all nations. We are all aware of the headwinds, but I also sense a deep awareness of what's at stake and the need to show climate cooperation standing firm in a fractured world. I sense a real determination to build on the major progress of recent COPs and show once again that climate cooperation is working to deliver real progress, though needs to work faster and fairer. In week one, we've also seen some major steps forward in the action agenda, an increasingly key part of the Paris framework. In 7 days, nations have mustered $1 trillion charge into clean energy and grids, rallied around a global plan to quadruple sustainable fuels, unlocked new waves of green industry, and started preparing a pipeline for new adaptation investment. They reflect an irrefutable fact driven by this process. A new economy is rising faster than forecasts. The good news, last year alone, more than $2.2 trillion flowed into renewable energy. That's more than the GDP of over 180 countries. This real-world progress is not a nice-to-have. It is mission-critical. In this new era, much will depend on bringing our process closer to the real economy, to speed up implementation and spread its vast benefits to billions of more people, as I have been saying. But friends, the pace of change in the real economy has not been matched by the pace of progress in these negotiating rooms. The spirit is there, but the speed is not. As climate disasters wreck millions of lives and hammer every economy, pushing up prices for food and other basic needs, we all know what's at stake. I said we needed an acceleration in the Amazon, and that applies equally to how we all go about our collective work here. Clearly, there is a huge amount of work ahead for ministers and negotiators. I urge you to get to the hardest issues fast. When these issues get pushed deep into extra time, everybody loses. We absolutely cannot afford to waste time on tactical delays or stonewalling. The time for performative diplomacy has now passed. Now's the time to roll up our sleeves, come together, and get the job done. The Secretariat will be with you every single step of the way. I thank you.
Thank you, Executive Secretary. It is my distinct pleasure to invite Her Excellency Ms. Annalena Baerbock, President of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, to address the plenary. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Vice President of Brazil, Geraldo Alckmin, COP President, dear Andre, Executive Secretary, dear Simon, Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished delegates, citizens around the world. What better place to meet here in Brazil on the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, but also the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, than the birthplace of the UNFCCC. Congratulations to Brazil and to the people and the government for this COP for the forest, but also for the COP for the people. Speaking today as President of the General Assembly of the United Nations, I can assure you, in these heavy geopolitical times, we all feel the headwinds and the backlashes. But this is not a moment of resignation. It's a moment of action. Those of us who have spent years in climate process know that the COP journey has never been one of easy, linear progress. It always came and it always comes in ebbs and flows. Through late nights and endless negotiations, we learned to push through the despair of Copenhagen and carried forward the triumph of Paris. That is why, especially as we celebrate 10 years of Paris, which is a long time span if we look at the effects of climate crisis, but very short-term for international diplomacy, I want to focus on the flows, on the momentum of the last 10 years. Because hope and courage, when shared, can be contagious. And because, frankly, we do not have the luxury of wallowing when people are counting on us. The climate crisis is unrelenting. It pays no heed to our frustration or to the denial of skeptics. We saw this when Hurricane Melissa barreled into the Caribbean 2 weeks ago. We saw it again last week at the Philippines, endured to near back-to-back typhoons. As the Prime Minister of the Bahamas said during UN high-level week in September, I quote, "We do not have the luxury of restarting an esoteric conversation about the causes of climate change. Our living reality means that we simply do not have the time." End of quote. So let us look to the flows, to the positive shaping of our future. First, the unstoppable rise of clean energy. The Paris Agreement mentioned renewable energies only once. Those of you who have been there, you have to look for it in the papers. Many even doubting the potential of renewable energy. Talking about phasing out of coal was seen as almost sacrilegious. And now, today, 10 years later, short period in international diplomacy, we are transitioning away from fossil fuels altogether. We decided so 2 years ago. And renewable energies are cheap. They are now scalable. They are now the fastest growing source of power, accounting for 90% of new energy installation globally in 2024. We speak so often about tipping points in negative terms, but there are also the positive tipping points too. And this is one of them, maybe the most important one. You can demonize clean energy all you want, but 10 years after Paris, renewables are simply unstoppable. As they say, it's the economy, stupid. No investor wants stranded assets. In 2024, global investment in clean energy, as Simon Steele said, reached $2 trillion, 800 billion more than in fossil fuels. Our task now is to ensure that this innovation and the financing thereof reaches everyone, everywhere, especially those who have yet to benefit on it, especially on the African continent, because this was also the promise of Paris. The second flow is that innovation is no longer confined to a few countries or few investors. We are innovating together interconnectedly. From last week's World Social Summit in Doha to the SDGs, from the Paris Agreement to Sevilla, from the Global Digital Compact to the new finance instruments emerging here in Belém, our job is to converge these agenda intersectoral. As early warning systems, resilient infrastructure, community preparedness are being transformed through digital tools that advance social justice and climate action at the same time. Social justice and climate actions are the same coin, the same two sides of the coin. It's already happening around the globe. It's happening on the ground. Just days ago, I met a young woman, a CEO, who developed a solar-powered, AI-enabled water purification device, crucial for flood-prone communities. That is the future. The third flow is this: the money exists. It simply needs to be redirected. In a world of abundance, the problem is not the availability of capital as such. It is where that capital goes. Last year alone, developing countries paid roughly $1.4 trillion in external debt servicing. Imagine what could be achieved if some of that burden were lifted and those resources reallocated to climate mitigation, clean energy, resilience and adaptation. We could forge stronger public-private partnerships. We could expand concessional finance. We could deliver on the Baku to Belem roadmap. As I said, this climate process comes in ebbs and flows. You may ask why I chose today, at the beginning of the high-level segment and the heavy negotiations about the flows. It's not naivety. It is because I too I have felt frustrated by global setbacks, but I've also been inspired time and again since Paris by the courage and determination of people who across regions and sectors pushed forward despite the headwinds. We have seen this movie before, and we know how it goes. Let us not wallow. The solutions are all out there, all over the world. We now have to connect them by focusing on our strongest and greatest strength, cross-regional cooperation. This is a new form of multilateralism. Or as you say here in Brazil, let us have a mutirão, meaning everybody joining forces. This collective power is stronger than ever. People, governments, businesses, finance actors. And the good news is, if flows are moving in the right direction, they are simply unstoppable. I thank you.
Thank you very much for your intervention. It is my pleasure now to invite His Excellency Mr. Geraldo Alckmin, Vice President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, to deliver a message to the plenary. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Embaixador André Correia do Lago, presidente da COP30, Ana Helena Baerbock, presidente da Assembleia Geral da ONU, Simon Steele, secretário executivo da Convenção Quadro das Nações Unidas, Noura Hanlad, secretária executiva adjunta, ministra Marina Silva, ministra do Meio Ambiente e Mudança do Clima do Brasil, em nome de quem cumprimento todas as ministras, ministros, chefes de delegação, lideranças aqui presentes, senhoras e senhores. É uma honra estar aqui em Belém, no coração da Amazônia, a maior floresta tropical do mundo, na abertura deste segmento de alto nível da COP30. Em meio a tantos discursos, negociações, uma diretriz deve permanecer. Esta deve ser a conferência da verdade, da implementação e, sobretudo, da responsabilidade. Responsabilidade com o planeta que habitamos, com as pessoas que aqui vivem e com as gerações que ainda virão. Devemos todos nós agir de tal forma que decisão tomada no presente, política, econômica ou ambiental, contribua para preservar as condições da vida na Terra, proteger a biodiversidade e assegurar a justiça entre as gerações. O Brasil e o governo do presidente Lula reconhecem a sua responsabilidade e os seus desafios no combate às mudanças climáticas. Somos guardiões de um dos maiores biomas do planeta e a Amazônia é peça vital para o equilíbrio climático global. Nosso compromisso de todos nós elaborar os mapas do caminho para a transição energética e o fim do desmatamento ilegal. Senhoras e senhores, o tempo das promessas já passou. Cada fração de grau adicional no aquecimento global representa vidas em risco, mais desigualdade e mais perdas para aqueles que menos contribuíram com o problema. Por isso, esta COP deve marcar o início de uma década de aceleração e entrega. O momento em que o discurso se transforma em ação concreta, em que deixamos de debater metas e todos nós passamos a cumpri-las. O Brasil chega a esta conferência reafirmando seu compromisso com a energia limpa, a inovação e a inclusão. Temos a matriz energética mais renovável entre as grandes economias e somos pioneiros em bioenergia e biocombustíveis. Este ano, o governo do presidente Lula aumentou para 30% a participação do etanol na gasolina, em caráter obrigatório, e aumentou para 15% o bio no diesel, em caráter obrigatório. E a transição energética deve ser justa, não pode deixar ninguém para trás. Queremos que ela gere emprego, renda e desenvolvimento para todas as regiões e sirva de modelo de cooperação para outras nações. Também reafirmamos o compromisso de trabalhar para zerar o desmatamento ilegal até 2030, o lançamento do Fundo de Florestas Tropicais para sempre, que mobilizou bilhões de dólares em investimentos, representa uma nova forma de aliar preservação, economia verde e justiça social. Proteger a floresta é proteger as pessoas, porque a vida humana e a natureza são inseparáveis. Nesse sentido, precisamos buscar soluções criativas em áreas estratégicas, como na bioeconomia, que valoriza nossos recursos naturais de forma sustentável, na descarbonização, que é essencial para reduzir nossa pegada de carbono e que pode ser fortalecida com uma coalizão global de mercados regulados de carbono, a qual estabelecerá mecanismos de carbono transparentes e coletivamente acordados, e para a qual contamos com a adesão de mais e mais países. A proteção das florestas depende, sobretudo, de quem vive nelas. Mais de 28 milhões de brasileiros moram na região amazônica, e entre eles estão os povos indígenas e as comunidades tradicionais, que são os verdadeiros guardiões da floresta. O conhecimento ancestral desses povos é uma das mais poderosas formas de inteligência ecológica do planeta. A Amazônia, com toda a sua diversidade, deve ser o exemplo de que é possível crescer, produzir e conservar ao mesmo tempo. O Brasil propõe que a COP30 deixe como legado mapas de ação integrados na aceleração da transição energética para sair da dependência dos combustíveis fósseis. A meta é triplicar a energia renovável e dobrar a eficiência energética até 2030. Essa data está logo ali, mas os dados mostram que a capacidade renovável hoje ainda é a metade do que seria necessária para alcançar a meta. Na mesma linha, o compromisso de Belém ambiciona quadruplicar o uso de combustíveis sustentáveis até 2035, e 25 países já se juntaram ao esforço. Na erradicação do desmatamento ilegal, já reduzimos no Brasil o desmatamento em 50%, mas temos que fazer mais. Ideias inovadoras, como o TFFF, podem contribuir concretamente para chegar ao objetivo. Valorização das florestas, especialmente com foco na socio- e bioeconomia, assim como a recuperação de áreas degradadas. E promoção da cooperação entre governos, empresas e comunidades locais. Somente em um mutirão lograremos mudar mentes e realidades. O momento é para todos nós repactuar a nossa união em torno dos objetivos do Acordo de Paris. Apresentação pelos governos de NDCs alinhadas ao objetivo de 1,5 graus Celsius do Acordo de Paris é um dos sinais de compromisso com o combate à mudança do clima e o reforço do multilateralismo. A NDC do Brasil, ousada, mas realista, que tive a honra de anunciar no ano passado com a ministra Marina na COP29 em Baku, determina compromisso de reduzir as emissões líquidas de gases de efeito estufa no país de 59% a 67% até 2035, em comparação aos níveis de 2005. Em programas e políticas nacionais, o Brasil procura fazer a sua parte. A incorporação do setor industrial e tecnológico ao esforço é imprescindível e demanda coordenação eficaz e focada entre governo e o setor privado, em áreas como descarbonização industrial, economia circular, matriz energética renovável, fomento aos biocombustíveis, pesquisa de novos materiais e processos de produção mais eficientes. E a COP30 marca agora a transição do regime da negociação para a implementação. As várias decisões que sairão de Belém reforçarão mecanismos e estimularão novos arranjos para acelerar a ação de combate à mudança climática em escala global. E isso faremos por escolha própria, porque é a escolha certa a ser feita. Estamos aqui, todos nós, para transformar a ambição em resultados e em boas políticas públicas. Nosso dever é garantir que a ação climática global seja guiada pela ética da responsabilidade, uma ética que une ciência, solidariedade, progresso e dignidade. O Brasil acredita que ética, inovação e sustentabilidade não são caminhos paralelos, mas o mesmo caminho, o da responsabilidade compartilhada pelo futuro comum da humanidade. Convido os líderes aqui presentes a agirem com esse mesmo senso de urgência, de pragmatismo e de esperança. O tempo de agir é agora. Muito obrigado.
Thank you, Vice President Alckmin. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this brings us to the end of the ceremonial opening of the high-level segment. I'd ask you to remain in your seats to allow our guests to leave the podium before we begin the delivery of statements. So just a 2-minute pause, I will accompany the authorities. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, honorable guests, today representatives of parties and groups will deliver their national and group statements. I would like to inform Your Excellencies of measures in place to ensure effective time management. There is a 3-minute time limit for national statements and 5 minutes for group statements during the high-level segment. Speakers are strongly encouraged to ensure the statements do not exceed allotted times. Additionally, in line with the practice of other UN bodies and to ensure the smooth conduct of the meeting, a bell will be used to signal when the allotted time is exceeded. Statements should be as concise as possible, noting that full texts of the official statements will be made available on the UNFCCC website. And finally, please note that speakers who are not in the plenary at the time for delivery of their statement will be scheduled to speak at the end of the statements of the same category. This session will conclude at 1. Statements that have not been delivered by 1 will be moved to the afternoon session, scheduled to begin at 3. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, honorable guests, let us begin. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Sara Agassen Munoz, Deputy Prime Minister of Spain. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Gracias. Hace 10 años adoptamos juntos el Acuerdo de París, convencidos de que el multilateralismo ambicioso es la única respuesta posible contra la emergencia climática. Desde entonces hemos dado grandes pasos de un mundo en el que la neutralidad climática era impensable, dominado por la inversión en combustibles fósiles, a otro donde más de 100 países que representan el 80% del PIB mundial tienen objetivos de emisiones netas cero, en el que las renovables avanzan imparables y donde la adaptación progresa con más de 170 planes específicos. Cada décima de grado cuenta. Hay motivos para la esperanza, pero aún queda mucho camino por recorrer. El cambio climático se acelera, sus impactos se intensifican, son más frecuentes, duraderos y con mayor alcance territorial. Hablamos de olas de calor, de incendios, de sequías, de inundaciones, huracanes, impactos que muchos de los que estamos aquí, nuestros países, hemos sufrido. Aquí, precisamente, en este espacio, en el pulmón de nuestro planeta, la Amazonia, sufren los fenómenos más extremos del cambio climático. En España también hemos vivido este último año la cara más amarga del cambio climático, una dana que azotó Valencia o los incendios que asolaron la península ibérica este verano. Son efectos distintos en los territorios, pero con una amenaza común. Estamos ante una emergencia climática que es una crisis sanitaria, social y de seguridad, agravada en los últimos años por el avance exponencial del negacionismo, la desinformación y los ataques a la ciencia, que nos hacen más vulnerables y solo aumentan las pérdidas y daños. Solo con un esfuerzo colectivo y constante a favor de la ciencia podremos garantizar que la acción climática sea efectiva y sostenida en el tiempo. Necesitamos intensificar nuestros esfuerzos. Una acción climática con sinergias muy poderosas. Una agenda climática que es una agenda de salud pública, de justicia social, de prosperidad, de derechos humanos y paz. Una apuesta ganadora para todos, especialmente para los más vulnerables. Así lo hacemos en España, apostando por las renovables, por la eficiencia energética, por los planes de adaptación, por la transición justa, sin dejar a nadie atrás, haciendo que esta transformación también nos acerque a la igualdad de género real. Animo a que juntos trabajemos en la implementación de esta agenda, que es una agenda de oportunidades, y que la COP de Belén nos permita responder a las brechas de ambición implementando políticas de adaptación y de mitigación, movilizar recursos financieros a la escala necesaria y mantener vivo el objetivo de 1,5 grados. Avancemos en esta agenda de prosperidad. Tenemos que hacerlo por responsabilidad, por convicción y por oportunidad. Pueden contar con España. Gracias.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Dhananjay Ramphul, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mauritius. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, allow me first to thank Brazil for hosting us in Belém, gateway to the heart of the Amazon and the confluence of nature and humanity, a reminder of our collective responsibilities towards nature. Mr. President, our land, our ocean and our air are facing unprecedented challenges. Climate crisis is today's reality. It is burning our forests, bleaching our corals, flooding our coasts, and damaging our ecosystem services beyond repair. Our very existence is at stake. Excellencies, a decade after the promises of the Paris Agreement, despite our good intentions, we realize that we have not done enough. Our planet demands action now. COP30 must be the moment of truth, the moment we genuinely turn promises into progress, ambition into action. The ICJ has spoken. It is the duty of states to protect the climate system. Commitments are binding, both for cutting down emissions and for providing support for mitigation and adaptation. For Mauritius, as a small island developing state, the stakes could not be higher. We contribute next to nothing to global emissions, less than 0.01%. Yet, we participate in the global commitment to reduce emissions. Our NDC 3.0 commits to cutting emissions by 40% and achieving 60% of renewable power. We are investing in clean energy, decarbonizing key sectors, restoring our mangroves and forests, and protecting our reefs. Is everybody contributing their fair share? That's the question. The latest NDC synthesis report confirms the huge gap in responding to the urgency of reducing emissions. Excellencies, our ocean is our lifeblood, our heritage, and a primary economic engine. Our very existence depends on healthy oceans. Mauritius is diverting critical national resources from development to address coastal erosion and reef restoration. The 2025 UNEP Adaptation Gap Report reveals a funding chasm. Let us be clear, national ambition, especially for SIDS, cannot succeed without global solidarity. Climate action makes economic sense. Every dollar invested in adaptation saves significantly more. We either invest now or wait until no amount of finance can cure the climate. Action is not thrift. Inaction is folly. We must leave Belem not with declarations, but with the determination to act and deliver for a future we and our children deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Yalchim Rafiev, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Azerbaijan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Dear Mr. Co-President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to speak here today, 1 year after COP29 in Baku. Last year, Azerbaijan, under the leadership of the President Ilham Aliyev, hosted one of the most productive COPs ever and guided the process to success. We worked with determination, bridged divides among parties, reinforced multilateralism, and achieved consensus on issues that had eluded resolution in previous negotiations. We successfully concluded mandates addressing all pillars of the Paris Agreement. This included the adoption of the new collective quantified goal, a landmark commitment to mobilize at least $300 billion annually for developing countries by 2035, and the largest ever UN negotiated financial package. We also agreed to set a goal of scaling up climate finance to $1.3 trillion per year by 2035, and the COP29 and COP30 presidencies recently released Baku to Belem roadmap to guide us on how to achieve this target. Excellencies, Azerbaijan has already submitted its NDC 3.0, reflecting our commitment to Paris Agreement. Even though we submitted our updated NDC 2.0 only 2 years ago, and despite major challenges linked to a large-scale reconstruction and demining activities across the 20% of our territory liberated after 3 decades of occupation, Azerbaijan is determined to advance more ambitious climate action. Our new target is to cut emissions by 40% by 2035. This advances our previous 2050 goal by 15 years, marking a significant increase in ambition. Our new NDC is also economy-wide and covers all sectors, including power, buildings, oil and gas, transport, industry, waste, agriculture, and land use. Ladies and gentlemen, Azerbaijan, like many other countries, is facing serious pressures from climate change. Floods, droughts, forest fires, and many other issues are increasingly affecting our region. Alongside these challenges, we are also confronted with an unprecedented threat of the rapid decline in the water level of the Caspian Sea, the world's largest inland body of water. The pace at which the Caspian is shrinking is alarming, with water levels falling by roughly 20 to 30 centimeters each year. This decline severely affects coastal communities, leads to receding shorelines, reduces fisheries, and poses growing risks to port operations. Strong and meaningful international cooperation is therefore imperative to advancing shared science-based solutions. We must address this mounting problem with a clear focus on preventing yet another environmental catastrophe in our region. Colleagues, Azerbaijan is committed to multilateralism and we want to preserve the process. So we are here at COP30 to continue working with all partners and build solutions that help us move forward in solidarity for a green world. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Lars Agard, Minister of Climate, Energy and Utilities of Denmark, and His Excellency Mr. Wopke Hoekstra, Commissioner for Climate, Net Zero and Clean Growth of the European Commission, speaking on behalf of the European Union Group. Your Excellencies, you have the floor.
COP President, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, climate change is real. It's already affecting our lives across the globe. Higher frequency and impact of wildfires, floods, storms and droughts. Previous extremes are now new normal, but there's nothing normal about this. And it only gets worse if we don't act. The EU's climate action is guided by science and evidence. Here at COP30, we need to bend the curve. We must act now, and we must act together to cut emissions and adapt to climate realities of today and tomorrow. In an unpredictable world, our partners in all corners of the world can count on the European Union. We stand firm on our commitment to the Paris Agreement. On November 5th, earlier this month, environmental and climate ministers of the EU formally adopted European Union's new NDC under the Paris Agreement. The NDC aims to reduce net greenhouse gas emissions by a range of 66.25 and 72.5% below 99 level by 2035. And it's covering all sectors of the economy and all greenhouse gas emissions. This is an ambitious milestone on the path to a 90% net reduction target by 2040 compared to 1990 levels, which will be written into EU's climate law as our legally binding target for 2040. And with that, we set a pathway that is more ambitious than a linear trajectory to climate neutrality by 2050. With these targets, EU stands firm for climate action based on science. We encourage all parties to respond with the same commitment and urgency. Accelerating the green transition is also a powerful driver of economic growth, competitiveness and social development. Over time, it will lower energy prices, reduce dependency on imported fossil fuels, and provide energy security in a changing geographic political world. And it will create high-quality jobs in and outside of Europe. We need to act. We need to act without delay. Together, let's bend the curve.
Dear Co-President, dear Andre, ladies and gentlemen, we meet in Belém when science demands greater action and we have no other tool than multilateralism to make sure that we deliver on it. The European Union has renewed its ambition and submitted its 2035 NDC with a contribution of 66.3 to 72.5% emission reductions compared to 1990 levels. And this reflects a truly credible path towards our net zero goals by mid-century. At home in the European Union, we do have a years-long track record of delivering real emission cuts across all sectors, while preparing our economies for the transition ahead. Now, here in Belém, we do need to make sure we deliver several elements. First, we do need a collective response plan that helps us close the gap between where we are today and where we need to be. We're going in the right direction, absolutely. But we need to go there faster, and we need to go there together. We must speed up the global energy transition by implementing the global stocktake. Basically by producing more renewables, by boosting energy efficiency, and using all tools, including carbon pricing, while ensuring a just transition for everyone. Secondly, there's global resilience. Adaptation and preparedness must be top priorities to protect communities, to protect ecosystems and livelihoods. And I'm truly proud of the work we have done, that has been done by the negotiators on adaptation indicators. Third, all actors must work together to scale up financing for climate action in developing countries, as was agreed last year in Baku. And it is in this context that we urgently need to improve access, in particular for the LDCs and the SIDS, and for adaptation. And to give you our numbers, the European Union and its member states are already major contributors. We have been doing 32 billion in public finance and 11 billion in mobilized private finance in 2024, and that was again a step up compared to the year before. And by the way, we continue to invite others who have the means to do so to join us in making sure we deliver on this endeavour. Together with the European Investment Bank, we remain the largest provider of international public climate finance. Fourth and finally, and the Vice President of Brazil was already mentioning that, carbon pricing. You all know the saying by Victor Hugo that there's nothing so powerful as an idea for which the time has come. And this is something we do need to pursue. Pricing carbon is something we need to pursue with as many as possible, as quickly as possible. Thank you very much.
I would like to welcome His Excellency Mr. Steven Victor, Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Environment of Palau, speaking on behalf of the Alliance of Small Island States.
COP President, Excellencies, distinguished ministers, colleagues, Palau has the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the 39 members of the Alliance of Small Island States. Allow me to align with the remarks to be delivered by Iraq on behalf of the G77 and China. AOCIS extends its sincere appreciation to the government and the people of Brazil for the warm welcome here at COP30 in Belém. Here at COP30, which President Lula has dubbed the Cup of Truth, we must be honest with ourselves and with each other. The latest science is clear. We are dangerously off track to limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. Our collective response has not yet been matched match the scale and urgency of this crisis, worsening the impacts across the planet. This is why for small island developing states, 1.5 degrees is not a political slogan. It is a non-negotiable survival threshold for our people, our culture, and our livelihoods. Mr. President, AOCs has come here with solutions. We have made a proposal for a robust response plan to NDC synthesis report to get us back on track to 1.5 degrees. Our goal is not to finger point or undermine the Paris Agreement policy cycle. Instead, it is to have us work together with trust to close the ambition gap to 1.5 degrees, which the International Court of Justice advisory opinion affirmed as the legal benchmark and scientifically based consensus target under the Paris Agreement. At the same time, we must use our existing spaces, such as the mitigation work program, effectively, and to agree to refine our global stocktake process and to ensure it considers the best available science from the IPCC to safeguard its scientific integrity. On the UAE dialogue, we are disappointed that 2 years after the adoption of the GST, we are still unable to advance follow-up on outcomes of GST1, particularly the just, orderly, and equitable transition away from fossil fuels. Adaptation is an ever-increasing priority for AOCs. At COP30, we are mandated to conclude the UAE Belem work program on indicators. We recognize the complexity of this task, given that further work is needed to refine those indicators that are still not complete. Our view is that subsidiary bodies can continue this work toward a set of credible, balanced, and workable set of indicators. Mr. President, Excellencies, for small island, climate action is possible if it's underpinned by credible and accessible finance, the development and transfer of appropriate technologies and capacity building for developing countries. Public finance remains vital, and this is why we join other developing countries in a call to operationalize Article 9.1. We must also see at least tripling annual outflows from our climate finance, including CCF, Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage, the Adaptation Fund, and the Global Environmental Facility. We also note with concern recent challenges in CCF approvals with the introduction of arbitrary conditions based on per capita incomes and population size by some board members. This is not in line with our convention, the Paris Agreement, of our agreed rules under CCF. This situation must stop. We must adhere to past agreements, including operationalizing the special circumstance of seats to maintain and rebuild the fragile trust and finance. The adaptation finance gap continues to grow. The recent UNEP gap report found that developing countries will spend $350 billion a year to adapt to climate change by 2035. To address this gap, we join other developing countries in calling for at least tripling of adaptation finance to $120 billion by 2030. Trust requires transparency, and action requires predictability. Last year in Baku, we all agreed to the new collective quantified goal on climate finance. Many parties have said they want to talk about the NCQG and its implementation. Yet, in relevant agenda items on Article 9.5, where developed countries have agreed to elaborate their actual roadmaps on climate finance, we have seen deliberate attempts to stop any and all progress. It is crucial that we update the terms of reference of biennial communications developed countries to reflect elements of NCQG. AOCs comes to Belem with a genuine desire to work together and to build trust to deliver our climate commitments. We urge all parties, under capable guidance of Presidency, to act with urgency and solidarity this moment demands. For us, this is not just about ambition. It is about taking actions required to ensure a safe and prosperous future for all of us. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Ambassador Luqman Al-Faili, Chair of G77 in China, and Permanent Representative of Iraq to the United Nations, speaking on behalf of the Group of 77 in China. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
His Excellency Ambassador Andre Delogo, President of COP30, CMP20, CMA7. Executive Secretary of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Mr. Simon Sillen. Excellencies, thank you for giving me the floor. I'm honored to speak on behalf of a group of 77 and China. A longer version of the statement will be provided later. Group of 77 and China appreciate the positive environment outcome of this week one. We look forward to having the positiveness continued and allowing us to move toward a successful outcome for this COP. Scaling up climate finance in accordance with the principles and provisions of UNFCCC and Paris Agreement formed the core of the priorities for G77 and China. At COP30, we must secure outcomes that enable the provision and mobilization of finance for developed countries at the necessary scale and quality, while addressing the systematic disenabler of climate finance. This includes ensuring a successful outcome on the agenda item related to climate finance. Further, it's important to highlight the importance of Article 9.1 of the Paris Agreement, which forms a cornerstone of climate finance, as well as Article 9.5, which is a key to ensuring the predictability of climate finance from the developed countries, in a manner that enables developing countries to effectively plan their climate action. We underscore the need to improve bilateral communication submitted by developed countries to demonstrate additionality and delivery of predictability needed. We emphasize the importance of operationalizing the CMA's decision to encourage the operating entities of the financial mechanism and other multilateral climate funds to at least triple their annual outflow of the operating entities by 2030. With a significant increase of public resources provided through the fund, G77 and China underscores that this agreed goal can only be met through fully executed contributions, input from developed countries to the trust fund of the operating entity in a predictable, timely, ambitious manner. For the ninth replenishment of the GEF and further capitalization of its to LDCF and SECEF, the third replenishment of the GCF, the first replenishment of the fund of responding to loss and damage, and further capitalization of the adoption fund. G77 and China further emphasizes the need to request from all climate funds to have a transparent financing procedure that applies equally to all non-Annex 1 Convention parties. G77 and China further expresses grave concern regarding the application of unilateral and contradictory policies on the project proposed by UNIDO on behalf of Sultan of Oman in the Green Climate Fund by a minority of board members representing a few developed countries. On the adaptation, G77 and China highlight the importance of agenda items related to GGA and national adaptation plans. It is vital that we search successful outcome for the COP30. We stress the importance of means of implementation in implementing adaptation effort under GGA, and that GGA outcomes need to contain a strong reference to finance flow from developed to developing countries. With regard to NAP agenda items, the group appreciates the clear progress we made at this COP and is looking forward to delivering an outcome that is in favor of advancing NAP implementation. In closing, G77 and China urges the international community to act in a unity in addressing climate change, consistent with the principles of equity and common but differentiated responsibility and respective capabilities. We look forward to a successful COP30 here in Belém. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Andreas Bjelland Eriksen, Minister of Climate and Environment of Norway. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
President, 10 years after Paris, we can conclude that the Paris Agreement is working. Countries are setting climate targets and implementing them. The global energy transition is picking up scale and pace. COP30 must celebrate that multilateralism is delivering while facing what science tells us. Limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees will require us to enhance ambition and accelerate implementation. Therefore, Norway is stepping up. Our 1.5 nationally determined contribution, our NDC for 2035, is set to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by at least 70 to 75% by 2035 compared to 1990. We will do this in cooperation with the European Union as well as through ambitious national policies. Carbon pricing is a cornerstone. We have presented a plan to gradually increase the carbon tax towards 2035. And this and other measures will enable us to progress along timelines for phasing out the use of fossil fuels in key sectors by 2050. President, Norway has also delivered on past commitments. We have overachieved our Kyoto Protocol commitments, and we will deliver on our 2030 NDC. Norway has increased its support to developing countries from already high levels. On provision of climate finance, we have for the third time exceeded our target to double climate finance by 2026. Since 2008, Norway has partnered with tropical forest countries to reduce deforestation with substantial effects. However, our collective ambition to halt deforestation by 2030 means we need to do more. Norway therefore announced a conditional investment to the TFFF of up to $3 billion over 10 years, and I salute Brazil for this important initiative. We also plan to support emission reductions in developing countries worth up to $1.5 billion through Article 6 arrangements. We must collectively meet the finance commitments from last year. In doing so, increasing support to adaptation, especially to the least developed countries and small island states, is of utmost importance. Before we leave Belém, we must unite with a clear message. We are steadfast in our resolve to strengthen ambition, accelerate implementation, and ramp up international cooperation. No one can do this job alone, and we call upon all partners, state and non-state actors, to catalyze actions and investment for climate action. The only way forward is together. I thank you, President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Matthew Samuda, Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation of Jamaica. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, colleagues, I have the honor to speak on behalf of the people of Jamaica here at COP30 in Belém, Brazil. We extend our deep appreciation to the government of Brazil and to the COP President, Ambassador André Correa do Logo, whose leadership we trust will reignite global determination to keep 1.5 degrees alive. Excellencies, on October 28, 2025, Hurricane Melissa changed the life of every Jamaican. In less than 24 hours, a tropical storm exploded into a historic and one of the most powerful Category 5 hurricanes ever. The result? Hundreds of thousands displaced and critical infrastructure destroyed. Storm surge reached 13 feet and rainfall in the Central Highlands surpassed 30 inches within hours. This is the new face of climate change. Mr. President, scientists have confirmed that the conditions driving Melissa's rapid intensification were made 6 times more likely because of human-induced warning. Sadly, extreme events are becoming our new norm. Preliminary estimates place damages around $10 billion or approximately a third or just under a third of our GDP. No small island state can absorb losses of this magnitude. Excellencies, Jamaicans are resilient, but resilience must not be defined as surviving the unbearable. We did not create this crisis, but we refuse to stand as victims. We choose action. Long before Melissa, Jamaica invested in preparedness. As examples, we developed one of the world's most advanced disaster risk financing strategies, including a sovereign catastrophe bond renewed with the World Bank in 2024. We have submitted our enhanced NDCs. We have advanced our LTS for a low-carbon, climate-resilient future. And finally, we are now finalizing our national adaptation plan. These are not small steps for a small island, but instead acts of courage and foresight. We thank the international community, CARICOM, and the United Nations Secretary General for their solidarity during this time. But solidarity must extend beyond sympathy. Mr. President, we welcome the fund for responding to loss and damage, and for us, access is not charity, but indeed climate justice. We urge all developed countries to contribute to the fund meaningfully so that frontline countries can recover and rebuild stronger. The establishment of this fund has justified our call for it to be managed through a World Bank facility, and therefore urge that this could serve as a guiding example as we contemplate the structured approach for other funds in the financial mechanism. Excellencies, the other storm is already forming. Our only defense is ambition, financing, and collective will. We call on the global community, especially major emitters, to honor their commitments and safeguard the 1.5-degree threshold. For Jamaica, this is survival. It's about our people and their right to a safe and prosperous future. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Armando Paino Enriquez Dajer, Minister of Environment and Natural Resources of the Dominican Republic. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Distinguida Presidencia, excelentísimos jefes y jefas de Estado, estimados delegados, permítanme comenzar expresando nuestro agradecimiento a la Presidencia y al pueblo del Brasil por su liderazgo y hospitalidad al presidir la COP30 aquí en Belém, corazón de la Amazonía. Hoy me dirijo a ustedes con un mensaje claro. La adaptación es la prioridad que define nuestra supervivencia colectiva como pequeños estados insulares. Para los SIDS, cada año que pasa sin apoyo y respuestas contundentes nos deja más expuestos, más vulnerables y con menos margen para proteger lo que somos y lo que tenemos. El reciente huracán Melissa evidenció que el Caribe vive la crisis climática en primera línea. Un solo evento puede poner en riesgo la seguridad hídrica y alimentaria, destruir infraestructura crítica y revertir años de desarrollo en cuestión de horas. Y mientras lidiamos con sequías más prolongadas, temperaturas crecientes y pérdida de biodiversidad, enfrentamos además una amenaza que ya no es invisible, el sargazo, que asfixia ecosistemas, afecta la pesca y paraliza sectores como el turismo esenciales. Lo que antes era esporádico, hoy exige soluciones regionales, ciencia, cooperación y financiamiento. Frente a esta realidad, la República Dominicana no llega a Belém con las manos vacías. Hace 2 días lanzamos nuestra plataforma País de Financiamiento Climático para mejorar el acceso al financiamiento climático y convertir nuestras políticas en inversiones reales para la resiliencia y el desarrollo sostenible por y para la gente. La República Dominicana impulsa una transición energética justa, fortalece la agricultura resiliente y conserva activamente sus ecosistemas. Como evidencia de esto, nos enorgullece informar que hemos logrado proteger más del 30% de nuestros ecosistemas costeros y marinos, reafirmando nuestro compromiso con un desarrollo sostenible. Sin embargo, ningún avance nacional puede compensar la magnitud de nuestra vulnerabilidad y la exposición al riesgo. Por ello, en esta COP hacemos un llamado contundente. Los países desarrollados deben como mínimo triplicar el financiamiento destinado a la adaptación climática para 2030, alcanzando al menos 120.000 millones de dólares anuales. Este financiamiento debe ser nuevo, adicional y predominantemente en forma de donaciones. Excelencias, no pedimos lo imposible, exigimos lo indispensable. Esta COP debe ser un punto de inflexión y necesitamos acelerar la implementación de los fondos climáticos y consolidar una arquitectura financiera más justa. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Grace Fu, Minister of Sustainability and the Environment of Singapore. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, climate change is outpacing our collective response. Geopolitical tensions and economic volatility are intensifying. Multilateral cooperation is under strain. Singapore reaffirms our commitment to work with the global community to progress towards our climate goals. We are one of 13 countries who submitted the 2035 NDC before the 10th February deadline. We pledged to reduce our emissions to between 45 to 50 million tons of CO2 by 2035, with a pathway to net zero in 2050. We have quadrupled our solar deployment from 2020 and are diversifying our energy mix through sources such as biomethane and electricity imports. We are also studying the potential deployment of nuclear energy. We are equally focused on adaptation and resilience. We are developing our inaugural National Adaptation Plan to address climate impacts, including sea level rise, urban heat, and food and water supply resilience. We are working with our ASEAN partners to advance the ASEAN Power Grid, a key enabler of the region's energy transition, and develop carbon capture and storage technologies. We are also collaborating on research and capacity building initiatives to strengthen regional adaptation and resilience. Implementation requires adequate financing based on the Paris Agreement principles. The COP30 Belem roadmap recognizes the global climate finance gap. As a global financial hub, Singapore is voluntarily addressing this gap through capacity building, blended finance, and carbon markets. Through the FAST-P, we have mobilized $510 million to deploy in green and sustainable infrastructure in Southeast and South Asia. Carbon markets are another key enabler of finance. Singapore has signed 10 implementation agreements under Article 6, and we have committed to procure 2 million tons of nature-based carbon credits from projects in Ghana, Paraguay, and Peru. We also launched the Coalition to Grow Carbon Markets with Kenya and the UK to develop high-integrity voluntary markets, which now has 10 member countries. To help Asia phase out coal, we are developing energy transition credits with partners. Singapore reaffirms our full support for the COP30 presidency and the UNFCCC multilateral process. This is a critical time, requiring all parties to stand firm for climate action. I urge parties to assume collective leadership towards our climate goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I would like to welcome His Excellency Mr. Flavien Philomel Joubert, Minister of Agriculture, Climate Change and Environment of Seychelles.
Co-President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it is an honor to address this high-level segment on behalf of the government and the people of the Republic of Seychelles. At the outset, allow me to extend our appreciation to the government and people of Brazil for the warm welcome here at COP30 in Belem. We gather here in Belem, a city at the heart and the world's greatest forest, guided by the spirit of the Amazon and by the call issued during the Leaders' Summit a week ago. That call reminded us that courage, solidarity, and collective action are our only path forward. Mr. President, Seychelles Islands before you as a proud small island developing states from the Indian Ocean, a nation of immense natural beauty, but also of profound vulnerability. For us, climate change is not a distant threat. It is a daily reality. Sea levels are rising, coastlines are eroding, coral reefs are bleaching, and livelihoods are increasingly at risk. Each storm, each drought threatens to undo years of progress. At the national level, Seychelles continues to invest in ecosystem-based adaptation, restoring mangroves, rehabilitating coral reefs, and reinforcing coral infrastructures. Yet, adaptation finance remains grossly insufficient. We join the global call for tripling of the adaptation funds and for simplified direct access for seeds, whose capacity constraints demand flexible and targeted support mechanisms. For us, climate action is not a choice. It is not an abstract debate. It is a matter of national survival. That is why we call for the following. Firstly, Seychelles urges the COP to deliver a bold, ambiguous reaffirmation of the 1.5 degrees limit. This target is not negotiable for small islands. Exceeding 1.5 is a death sentence for a nation like mine. Secondly, we call for a major breakthrough on adaptation finance. Promises alone will not hold back the rising seas. We need predictable, accessible, multi-year financing, fit for purpose for seeds. We welcome Brazil's leadership in mobilizing innovative financial instruments and ask that seeds be placed at the center of this mechanism. Thirdly, we urge parties to integrate blue carbon ecosystem, our mangroves, seagrass, and coral reefs into global nature-based finance frameworks, including those aligned with Tropical Forest Forever facility. For islands like Seychelles, these ecosystems are our forests. They protected our coastline and stored carbon and sustain our economy. Fourthly, on loss and damage, Seychelles welcome the operationalization of the fund responding to loss and damage, a landmark achievement under the process. However, it must now be fully capitalized and readily accessible to those who need most. We are doing our best, but we cannot survive or succeed alone. Let this COP be implemented as the moment when the world chooses courage over delay, action and implementation over rhetoric. Seychelles stands ready to work with all parties to deliver an outcome worthy of this moment, because for us, this is not just about ambition. It is about taking action and implementation required to ensure a safe and prosperous future for us all. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Sung-Won Kim, Minister of Climate, Energy and Environment of the Republic of Korea. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
의장님, 기후위기 대응에 함께하는 동료 여러분, 먼저 올 한 해 COP30의 성공적인 개최를 위해 리더십을 보여주신 의장국 브라질과 UN 기후변화협약 사무국의 진심으로 감사를 표합니다. 우리는 10년 전 파리에서 기후변화의 위협에 대한 전 지구적 대응을 강화하기로 약속한 바 있습니다. 하와이 마우나루와 천문대의 대기 중 이산화탄소 관측값이 처음으로 400ppm을 넘긴 해였습니다. 그러나 지난해 이미 사실상 1.5도를 돌파하였습니다. 파리협정 1.5도 목표는 위기에 처해 있고 지구는 더 이상 기다려줄 수 없습니다. 기후위기에 대응할 기회의 창은 점점 좁아지고 있습니다. 이러한 위기의식 속에 대한민국은 지난해 10월 기후에너지환경부를 출범했습니다. 국내 온실가스 배출량의 70%에 해당하는 에너지 정책과 총괄적 기후 정책을 한 부처에서 이행하여 온실가스 감축을 가속화하고 전 지구적 탈탄소 녹색 전환을 선도하기 위함입니다. 또한 환경의 큰 가치 아래 사람과 환경이 공존하는 미래를 만들고자 함입니다. 나아가 이 자리를 빌려 기후에너지환경부의 첫 번째 과제인 대한민국 2035년 국가 온실가스 감축 목표를 국제사회에 공표하고자 합니다. 우리는 2035년까지 국가 온실가스 배출량을 2018년 대비 53%에서 61%를 목표로 하여 감축하겠습니다. 파리협정이 채택하고 10년간 국제사회의 노력으로 세기말 온도의 상승 전망을 약 1.5도 낮췄습니다. 그러나 파리협정의 목표와는 여전히 괴리가 큽니다. 대한민국의 2035 NDC는 국제사회에 약속한 2050년 탄소 중립을 이행하고 더 나아가 1.5도 목표와 부합하는 감축 경로 달성을 위해 선도적으로 노력하겠다는 의지를 담고 있습니다. 한국은 전쟁의 폐허에서 글로벌 제조업 공급망의 핵심 플레이어로 성장했습니다. 또한 대중음악, 드라마, 패션과 뷰티 등 전 세계적 사랑을 받는 K컬처와 수차례 위기에 맞서 시민의 힘으로 지켜낸 K민주주의로 많은 국가들의 영감을 주고 있습니다. 한국의 새로운 도전은 K녹색 전환입니다. 에너지 집약적인 산업 구조와 좁은 국토라는 어려운 여건을 혁신적 제조업과 AI 기술 경쟁력, 시민 참여 거버넌스로 극복하여 전 세계 녹색 전환을 선도하겠습니다. 예를 들어 AI와 데이터 센터로 인한 폭발적인 전력 수요 증가를 햇빛과 바람 에너지 기반 시스템으로 대응하며 이 과정에서 발생한 이익을 지역사회와 공유하겠습니다. 탄소 중립 AI 기술로 국민의 안전과 번영을 더욱 꼼꼼하게 챙기는 사람 중심 지속 가능 녹색 성장 전략을 범정부적으로 만들어갈 예정입니다. 한국이 유치 추진 중인 2026년 5월 UNFCCC 기후 주간을 통해 더 많은 미래를 공유할 수 있기를 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Mariam Tangara, Minister of Environment, Sanitation and Sustainable Development of Mali. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président de la COP, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Mesdames et Messieurs, permettez-moi, à l'entame de mes propos, d'adresser mes vives félicitations à la présidence de la COP, ainsi qu'au peuple et au gouvernement de la République fédérative du Brésil pour l'accueil chaleureux et l'organisation exemplaire de cette conférence des parties. C'est pour moi un honneur et un grand privilège de prendre la parole devant cette auguste assemblée réunie ici à Belém, au cœur de l'Amazonie, symbole vivant de la richesse et de la fragilité de notre planète. Je voudrais également transmettre les salutations fraternelles du peuple du Mali et de son gouvernement sous le leadership éclairé du président de la transition, chef de l'État, son Excellence le général d'armée Assimi Goïta, président de la Confédération des États du Sahel, et résolument engagé dans la lutte contre les changements climatiques. Mesdames et Messieurs, le Mali subit de plein fouet les effets néfastes et croissants des changements climatiques. Les études réalisées montrent que le pays est confronté aux sécheresses récurrentes, aux inondations, aux vents forts, aux fortes variations de température, provoquant d'énormes pertes en vies humaines et réduisant considérablement la résilience de nos communautés. En 2025, les pluies diluviennes ont causé d'importants dégâts matériels, des pertes en vies humaines affectant des milliers de personnes. Ces drames rappellent que la crise climatique n'est plus une menace lointaine. Elle est désormais une réalité quotidienne impactant nos écosystèmes, nos villes et notre quotidien. Mesdames et Messieurs, le Mali, vaste pays sahélien dont les 2/3 sont désertiques, dépendent principalement de l'agriculture, de l'élevage, de la pêche et de la foresterie. Ces activités vitales qui emploient plus de 80% de la population active sont aujourd'hui gravement perturbées par les effets du dérèglement climatique, exacerbant les tensions autour des ressources naturelles et contribuant à fragiliser la région du Sahel. Conscient de ces enjeux, le Nexus Climat, Paix et Sécurité, reconnu comme l'un des principaux défis du Sahel, constitue désormais un cadre essentiel de convergence des initiatives novatrices. Le Mali, qui est un faible émetteur de gaz à effet de serre, demeure résolument engagé à jouer pleinement sa partition dans la lutte contre ce fléau planétaire. C'est pourquoi il a adopté sa vision 2063, accompagnée d'une stratégie nationale pour l'émergence et le développement durable et un plan d'action pour renforcer l'amélioration du cadre de vie des populations. Plusieurs actions sont prévues ou en cours de réalisation, dont la construction de 4 centrales solaires photovoltaïques, la réalisation des centaines de kilomètres de lignes et de transport et de distribution d'électricité. En outre, dans le cadre de la poursuite des œuvres sociales initiées par son Excellence le général d'armée, président de la transition, le chef d'État, 512 forages ont été réalisés au bénéfice des populations vulnérables. Enfin, la 3e génération de notre CDN, en cours d'élaboration, ambitionne de rehausser le niveau de notre ambition climatique. C'est le lieu également de rappeler que depuis le 6 juin 2024, les États du Mali, du Niger et du Burkina Faso ont décidé de créer la Confédération des États du Sahel avec comme principaux axes de diplomatie, la défense et le développement, lesquels intègrent une part importante des questions transversales climatiques et environnementales. Il convient de signaler toutefois que le Mali, à l'instar de bien d'autres États africains, regrette que les promesses répétées de la COP 2015 et la COP 2024 de Bakou peinent encore à se concrétiser. Les engagements sur les financements de l'adaptation, les pertes et dommages ou encore le transfert de technologies doivent enfin devenir réalité. Face à l'urgence climatique, la complexité de la tâche qui nous attend consiste à renforcer la gouvernance climatique à cet effet. Il est nécessaire d'harmoniser et de simplifier les procédures d'accès, notamment de faciliter l'accès aux fonds destinés à l'action climatique. Notre pays demeure pleinement disposé à renforcer la coopération avec tous les partenaires internationaux dans un esprit de partenariat équitable et respectueux des principes qui guident l'action gouvernementale, à savoir le respect de la souveraineté du Mali, le respect des choix stratégiques et des partenaires opérés par le Mali et la prise en compte des intérêts vitaux des populations. La République du Mali, pour sa part, demeure convaincue que la COP30 aboutira à des résultats prometteurs pour faire face à l'urgence climatique, qu'elle contribuera au renforcement d'une coopération internationale plus solidaire, une justice climatique et une victoire collective dans notre lutte commune contre les changements climatiques. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Roger Barrow, Minister of Environment, Water and Sanitation of Burkina Faso. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, distingués délégués, je porte à cette auguste assemblée les salutations fraternelles de son Excellence, le capitaine Ibrahim Traoré, président du Faso, chef de l'État, artisan d'une nouvelle espérance pour le peuple burkinabé. Le Burkina Faso remercie le peuple frère de la République fédérative du Brésil pour l'accueil chaleureux et exprime sa satisfaction pour l'organisation de cette conférence qui se tient au cœur de la forêt amazonienne, sanctuaire de vie, de mémoire et de résilience. Il apporte tout son soutien à la présidence brésilienne pour faire de la COP30 un moment historique de relance de l'action climatique. Monsieur le Président, cette 30e COP nous offre une opportunité, celle d'unir nos voix et nos volontés afin de renforcer l'ambition climatique mondiale et traduire nos engagements en des actions concrètes capables de protéger des vies et d'offrir des moyens d'existence. C'est une responsabilité partagée mais différenciée. Je suis ici pour porter la voix d'un pays sahélien souverain dans ses choix et solidaire dans ses engagements. La voix d'un peuple digne et résilient qui, face à l'adversité, choisit toujours d'agir. La voix d'un pays pour lequel chaque arbre, chaque goutte d'eau, chaque parcelle de terre est une richesse à protéger, un héritage à transmettre et une promesse à tenir devant les générations futures. Ainsi, mon pays honore pleinement ses engagements pris dans le cadre de l'accord de Paris à travers sa CDN 3.0, plus ambitieuse qui vise une réduction de 30,87% des émissions d'ici 2030, avec un coût global de 7,5 milliards US, donc 2,8 milliards à rechercher. J'appelle à cette tribune une forte mobilisation des ressources pour la mise en œuvre du volet conditionnel des CDN. Aussi, le plan national d'adaptation 2024-2028, les stratégies RED+, la stratégie de sécurité climatique et les mécanismes endogènes de financement traduisent la responsabilité et l'engagement de mon pays en faveur du climat. Monsieur le Président, distingués délégués, sous l'impulsion du chef de l'État, le Burkina Faso mène une révolution populaire progressiste avec une coloration verte dans l'optique de contribuer à renforcer ses puits carbone, réduire ses émissions de gaz à effet de serre et renforcer la résilience des populations. J'en veux pour preuve l'ère patriotique pour reverdir le Faso, plus de 5 millions d'arbres plantés en 1 heure, la mise en place de 80 bosquets à plantes médicinales, l'opérationnalisation des systèmes d'alerte, la vulgarisation de l'énergie solaire et des initiatives de gestion intégrée des ressources en eau. Un système national MRV pour garantir la transparence et la redevabilité. Ce ne sont pas des intentions, mais des actes. Le Burkina Faso est un pays sahélien qui s'élève avec un peuple qui crée, qui s'adapte vis-à-vis du climat. Mais il faut le dire avec clarté et insistance, l'Afrique n'a pas à mendier son droit à l'adaptation. La justice climatique exige des financements multipliés, accessibles et majoritairement des subventions. Maintenir le cap de 1,5 degré Celsius n'est pas une ambition, c'est un devoir moral envers l'humanité. Ceux qui ont le plus émis les gaz à effet de serre doivent assumer la plus grande part en triplant leurs efforts financiers pour l'adaptation. Ce devoir de responsabilité et de justice ne devrait en aucun cas être considéré comme une aide aux pays les moins industrialisés. En tout état de cause, le Burkina Faso refuse que ce devoir de justice climatique devienne un nouvel instrument de domination politique et assumera pleinement sa politique d'industrialisation. Monsieur le Président, la planète ne sera pas sauvée par l'orgueil technologique, ni par des promesses sans suite, mais par la volonté des peuples à être justes et redevables vis-à-vis de la planète Terre. Un proverbe mandingue rappelle que seul on va plus vite, ensemble on va plus loin. C'est dans cet esprit que le Burkina Faso, dans le cadre de la Confédération des États du Sahel, AES, marche aux côtés des groupes des pays les moins avancés, du groupe Afrique et du G77 plus la Chine, pour un nouvel ordre climatique fondé sur la souveraineté, l'équité, le respect et la justice. À cette COP, les besoins spéciaux et les circonstances particulières de l'Afrique doivent être pris en compte dans les décisions. Monsieur le Président, distingués délégués, fidèle à l'esprit du capitaine Thomas Sankara qui rappelait que l'audace est au commencement de toute victoire, soyons audacieux. Le temps des Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Sophalet Hieng, Minister of Environment of Cambodia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellency, Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Cambodian delegation appreciates the Federative Republic of Brazil and the UNFCCC Secretariat for hosting the 30th UN Climate Change Conference here in the beautiful city of Belem. The political stability fostered by Samdech Akek Mahasenapadei Techo Hun Sen, President of the Senate, has laid the groundwork for our sustainable development goals. Under the leadership of Samdech Maha Bawor Hun Manet, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Cambodia, Cambodia reaffirmed its commitment to the Paris Agreement by submitting its NDC 3.0 on August 8, 2025. This plan increases the country's climate ambition, outlining a clear strategy to reduce greenhouse gas by up to 55% by 2035, compared to a business-as-usual scenario. Cambodia's NDC 3.0 set a clear pathway for low-carbon and climate-resilient development across key sectors, including energy, industry, agriculture, forestry, and waste. On forests and ecosystems, Cambodia is scaling up nature-based solutions through restoring degraded landscapes and supporting biodiversity conservation and local livelihoods. Cambodia welcomes the Tropical Forest Forever facility to provide resort-based financial support to tropical forest countries. As one of the most climate-vulnerable countries, Cambodia welcomes the operationalization of the fund for responding to loss and damage, and called for a swift capitalization with needs-based and grant-based financing. On climate finance, Cambodia and other developing countries are calling for scaled-up, predictable, affordable, and accessible climate finance that truly reflects the scale of our shared challenge. Direct access to funds, simplified procedures, and mobilization of private and innovative finance will be key to unlocking climate ambition at all levels. Cambodia remains deeply committed to working with all partners to advance mutual benefits for people, economies, and ecosystems alike. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Aziz Abdul Hakimov, Minister of Ecology, Environmental Protection and Climate Change of Uzbekistan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Honorable Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a true honor to address this distinguished gathering at COP30 here in heart of the Amazon, where we meet at a truly critical moment. The climate crisis is already reshaping nature and society with the rising temperatures, water scarcity, and environmental change affecting biodiversity, health, and economies. Dear colleagues, today, more than 20% of Central Asian region's land is degraded. It continues at a rate of 9 square meters per minute. Dear colleagues, can you imagine in just the 7 days of this COP, about 90,000 square meters of land have degraded, equal to food and income loss of 300 families' village. It is estimated that by mid-century, crop yields could be declined by 1/3. According to recent research, the temperature in Central Asian region already increased by 2.2 degrees Celsius, and this affects water resources available. Even achieving a commitment of 0.5 degrees, but in Central Asia region it means would rises by double and exceed 3 degrees of warming. Glaciers in Central Asia shrink by 0.5% every year, already losing about 30% of their volume. The amount of water available per person in Uzbekistan has almost halved. Dear participants, in our new NDC 3.0, we target to reduce the GHG emission per unit of GDP by 50% by 2035 compared to 2010 levels, or 15% increased from our previous target. Under the leadership of His Excellency President Shavkat Mirziyoyev, Uzbekistan has placed climate action at the heart of its national development agenda. Guided by strategic vision, we are pushing ambitions and concrete goals, expanding renewable energy generation to 25,000 megawatts and increasing the share of renewable up to 54% within the next 5 years, reducing annual emissions by over 16 million tons of CO2, expanding forests to 6.1 million hectares, including 2.3 million hectares in the RLC region, with the Yashil Makon program aimed to increase the greenery spaces from 4% in 2016 up to 30% by 2030, achieving 95% coverage of solid waste collection with 35% of waste used for energy generation. There are not just targets on paper, there are concrete actions on our path towards a greener, sustainable and climate resilient Uzbekistan. Honorable delegates, Central Asia, one of the regions most affected by climate change, is taking coordinated action to strengthen mitigation and adaptation with the governments, civil societies, businesses and scientists. That's why under our ministry we have established the Green University initiative, bringing together partners from Central Asia, Azerbaijan and Mongolia. Dear delegates, using this opportunity, I would like to invite all of you to participate at the 8th Global Environment Facility Assembly in Samarkand, May 31st to June 5th, 2026, and parallel event Eco Expo Central Asia. I thank you for your attention. Katar Ahmad.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is now my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Tawfiq Abdul Wahab Al-Sharjbi, Minister of Water and Environment of Yemen. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
السيد الرئيس، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، تتقدم الجمهورية اليمنية بخالص الشكر للبرازيل على استضافة هذا المؤتمر وعلى قيادة العمل المناخي العالمي نحو مسار أكثر عدالة وطموح. يعكس اجتماعنا اليوم إدراكا جماعيا بأن مستقبلنا يتوقف على العمل السريع والمسؤولية المشتركة. تأتي اليمن إلى هذا المحفل وهي تواجه هشاشة مناخية غير مسبوقة. إن الأثر التراكمي للجفاف والفيضانات والعواصف المدارية يعمل كمضاعف رئيسي لعدم الاستقرار في بلادنا، وتعد أزمتنا الأكثر حرجا هي ندرة المياه، حيث يصل العجز الوطني الحاد إلى أكثر من 2.6 مليار متر مكعب سنويا. تضرب هذه الفجوة المائية صميم أمننا الغذائي، مما يؤثر بشدة على الإنتاج الزراعي وسبل العيش في عموم البلد. وعلى الرغم من الظروف الصعبة، فإن رؤيتنا الوطنية من الهشاشة إلى المرونة والشمولية تعكس توجهنا لتحديث المساهمات المحددة وطنيا، بحيث يصبح العمل المناخي بارزا في جميع المسارات نحو التنمية المستدامة ومكافحة الفقر، مع إعطاء الأولوية لجهود التكيف لحماية الأرواح والمجتمعات المحلية وتحقيق التحول إلى التنمية منخفضة الانبعاثات. نحن ننفذ هذه الرؤية بنشاط ونعمل على وضع الصيغة النهائية لمساهمتنا المحددة وطنيا وإعداد تقرير الشفافية الدوري، وكذلك خطتنا الوطنية للتكيف. معالي الرئيس، إن طموحاتنا المناخية لا يمكن تتحقق من غير التمويل المناخي، كما أن نص وروح المادة 9.1 هما أساس الثقة العالمية، ومع ذلك لا يزال الوصول إلى هذا التمويل صعبا بسبب حواجز هيكلية معقدة. نطالب بمعاملة عادلة وإجراءات أبسط وأدوات تعكس واقع الدول النامية. تؤكد اليمن دعمها لمطالب الدول الأقل نمو والموقف المشترك للمجموعة العربية بشأن الانتقال العادل، والأهم من ذلك تستحق الدول التي تعاني من الظروف الصعبة مثل الدول المتأثرة بالصراعات مثل اليمن معاملة خاصة في ترتيبات التمويل لمنع تحول فجوات التمويل إلى أسباب جديدة لعدم الاستقرار. السيد الرئيس، يعتمد انتقالنا على الوصول العادل والسهل إلى التكنولوجيا النظيفة من تحلية المياه منخفضة التكلفة والزراعة الذكية مناخيا إلى نظم الرصد الفعالة، كما أن الاستثمار في بناء القدرات المؤسسية والبشرية أمر بالغ الأهمية لتنفيذ المشاريع بكفاءة. في الختام، تحمل اليمن إرادة واضحة وصادقة لتكون جزءا فاعلا من الحل. نحن نؤكد أن العمل المناخي هو الطريق الأكثر استقرار نحو تحقيق السلام والاستقرار المستدام. وأشكركم.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Wente B. Molotsi, Minister of Environment and Tourism of Botswana. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, COP30 President, Honorable Ministers present here, Executive Secretary of UNFCCC, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Botswana extends its heartfelt gratitude to the government and people of Brazil for their warm hospitality. Belem, gateway to the Amazon, reminds us that protecting nature is not an abstraction, it is a duty to current and future generations. We fully support the Brazilian presidency's vision to make this the implementation COP to reinforce multilateralism, connect the climate regime to people's real lives, and accelerate the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Excellencies, as a nation facing severe climate vulnerabilities and impacts, Botswana recognizes the existential threat climate change poses to our sustainable development. It is on this basis that we fully align with the objectives and the principles of both the Convention and the Paris Agreement. We are therefore here to ensure that Paris delivers, and we must keep the 1.5-degree goal within reach. Botswana's unique ecological features constitute our precious natural resource base, which is increasingly vulnerable to climate variability and change. Our nation faces the prime challenge of achieving sustainable management of renewable natural resources in a semi-arid environment amidst a growing human population. Our approach is guided by the sobering reality that Botswana may experience temperature increases of 1 to 3 degrees Celsius by 2050. Consistent with best available science from the IPCC, with most models predicting rainfall declines of 10 to 25%. Summer temperatures of above 40 degrees Celsius in Botswana are now a reality. These changes directly threaten livelihoods, water security, agriculture, and energy, making climate action an urgent priority for our national development. Given Botswana's high vulnerability to climate impacts, adaptation remains our paramount priority. We continue to allocate substantial portion of our GDP to adapting to climate change, which should not be the case. We therefore call for a decision here in Belem that operationalizes the global goal on adaptation, linking targets, indicators, and the need for predictable grant-based finance to implement the GGA and its targets. A decision for the implementation of national adaptation plans is an urgent priority for Africa. Tripling adaptation finance is not an aspiration, it is a necessity. On indicators, we want to stress the importance of agreeing on indicators that are outcome-based, fit for purpose, align with the provisions of the Convention and the Paris Agreement, and do not shift obligations of the climate crisis to developing countries. Excellencies, Botswana has embraced a transformative approach to climate policy integration. The National Development Plan 12, 2025-2030. As the second implementation plan for our Vision 2036, NDP 12 represents Botswana's first comprehensive effort to align development priorities with the National Transformation Strategy and climate resilience. This 5-year plan, adopted by our Parliament, mainstreams climate action across all sectors of our economy. Green transition priority. Within NDP 12, green transition has been identified as a key development priority, accelerating our journey towards a climate-resilient economy. Whole of government approach. The government of Botswana is advancing the development of this national long-term low emissions development strategy in line with Article 4.19 of the Paris Agreement. This is not merely a compliance exercise. This strategy is designed to be the cornerstone that guides our nation's long-term climate and development trajectory. It is the critical instrument that will synchronize our national ambitions with global climate goals. Despite our minimal contribution to global emissions, Botswana has demonstrated its commitment to the Paris Agreement through submission of its nationally determined contributions and is currently revising it. Our NDC is at 15% reduction target by 2030. The attainment of this target, however, is contingent upon the provision of means of implementation from developed countries. We are hoping to achieve this target through renewable energy expansion 2030, through the implementation of solar photovoltaic concentrated solar plants, and wind energy projects, and economic diversification, among others. On just transition, we need to address the scale and nature of the means of implementation, reference to transitioning away from fossil fuels, the establishment of a just transition mechanism, and the scope of human rights language. Furthermore, while we transition, we call on developed countries not to impose unilateral trade measures that harm our fragile economies and welcome trade measures that enable fair access to transition's opportunities. Transition minerals essential for the Paris goals must be managed to support just transition pathways that address local impacts and enable value chain upgrading in Africa. On issues related to climate finance, delivery of pledges by the developed world, as well as setting a framework for a new deal on finance, it is of critical importance to know that finance is an important enabler of climate action. It is therefore imperative that climate finance be made available and accessible to developing countries to enable them to meet their set targets in their nationally determined contributions by 2030. We need to agree on the need to scale up climate finance to meet the growing needs of developing countries in line with the Belem roadmap target of mobilizing at least 1.3 trillion annually by 2035. It is our wish that the operationalization of the funding arrangement of the loss and damage financial mechanism is concluded during this COP, as this will be a huge milestone towards improving the livelihoods of our affected populations. Therefore, Botswana urges the parties to conclude on the agenda speedily. Let me conclude by pledging my support to the work ahead of us all. I wish to urge the COP presidency to direct the debate in a manner that could deliver timely results in implementation, including on means of implementation, particularly climate finance for adaptation and mitigation actions, technology development, and conclusion on the loss and damage. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Armando Rodriguez Batista, Minister of Science, Technology and Environment of Cuba. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Señor Presidente, Excelencias, nuestro más sincero agradecimiento al Presidente Lula, al Gobierno y pueblo de Brasil. Un especial afecto al Estado de Pará y a la ciudad de Belém por hacer posible este encuentro en el corazón de la Amazonía, símbolo de vida y de respeto a los pueblos originarios. Señor Presidente, comparezco en nombre de Cuba, un pequeño Estado insular en desarrollo que enfrenta con crudeza las consecuencias de la crisis climática global. Para nosotros, el cambio climático es una realidad presente que erosiona nuestras costas, saliniza acuíferos, intensifica huracanes y provoca profundos impactos en la salud, la seguridad alimentaria y la economía. Hace apenas unos días, el poderoso huracán Melissa atravesó el Caribe, afectando gravemente a Cuba y otras tierras hermanas. Sus vientos y lluvias, alimentados por un océano anormalmente cálido, devastaron comunidades y arrasaron cultivos. Por otro lado, el nivel medio del mar en nuestras costas podría aumentar 0.95 metros para 2100, amenazando 136 asentamientos humanos y el 6% del territorio emergido. El informe bienal de transparencia presentado a la Convención y la actualización de la contribución nacionalmente determinada son fruto de la ciencia y de la voluntad política de nuestro Gobierno. Invertir en ciencia e innovación no es opcional, es la base para una acción climática efectiva y soberana. Señor Presidente, el impacto del bloqueo estadounidense sobre Cuba constituye una barrera estructural para nuestra acción climática. Las medidas coercitivas unilaterales limitan el acceso a financiamiento internacional, encareciendo cada proyecto, cada inversión en resiliencia y desarrollo bajo en emisiones. Mientras se nos exige cumplir con las metas del Acuerdo de París, se nos niegan las herramientas para hacerlo. Esta es la mayor injusticia climática que enfrentamos. La COP30 ya ha alcanzado un resultado esencial: mostrar que el multilateralismo es viable y la única forma coherente de lidiar con el cambio climático. Estamos exigiendo justicia y el cumplimiento de los compromisos de los países desarrollados sustentados en sus responsabilidades históricas y las obligaciones contraídas bajo la Convención y el Acuerdo de París. Cuba está haciendo su parte. Hace más de 3 décadas, en Río de Janeiro, a unos 3.000 kilómetros de esta hermosa ciudad de Belém, con el profundo simbolismo de un contexto geopolítico cambiante, Fidel Castro describió el futuro que hoy contemplamos y cito: cesen los egoísmos, cesen los hegemonismos. Mañana será demasiado tarde para hacer lo que debimos haber hecho hace mucho tiempo. Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Mike Elton Mafosha, Minister of Green Economy and Environment of Zambia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you. I wish to appreciate the COP30 presidents, Your Excellencies. I am deeply honored to speak on behalf of the people of Zambia at this very important conference. As we gather here in the final week of COP30, I wish to remind ourselves that for the least developed countries, including Zambia, climate change is no longer a threat, but our lived reality on a daily basis. We grapple with its multiple impacts every day. Currently, Zambia is recovering from the impacts of the 2023-2024 drought, the most severe drought we have experienced in over 40 years. The drought affected food, energy and water security and the livelihoods of millions of our people. We therefore wish to underscore the urgency of climate crisis as it threatens not only our economic development but also our very existence as a people. On our part, we will endeavor to proactively take significant actions to adapt and contribute to mitigation against climate change. In this regard, this year we submitted our 3rd nationally determined contribution, NDC 3.0, in which we have kept our high ambitions of reducing emissions by 25% under domestic efforts, while indicating commitment and willingness to raise this ambition to 47% if we are to receive substantial external support in our climate action. As a country, we have progressively demonstrated our commitment by adding more sectors in our NDCs, moving from 3 sectors in our first NDC in 2016 to 6 sectors in our second NDC in 2021, and now 10 sectors in our NDC 3.0. This steady progress is intended to bring Zambia's climate action to an economic-wide approach, and we are getting close to that goal. Additionally, this year we submitted our first biannual transparency report and the 4th national communication underscoring our commitment to advancing the goals of the Paris Agreement through the enhanced transparency framework. Your Excellencies, as negotiations intensify in this final week of COP30, I wish to stress that COP30 as an implementation COP should be about action and ensure that agreements are implemented and not just negotiated. COP30 should be an essential platform to forge common solutions to the challenge of climate change. Let me end by reminding ourselves that the planet Earth is our only home, and together we must act now, as our actions today will define the future of our planet. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Diana Anda Luzayano, Minister of Environment, Waters and Forests of Romania. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
I sat on the roof of the house all night, looking at the neighbors, thinking whether or not the water will swallow us all. These are the words of Raluca, a victim of this year's floods in northern Romania, who managed to survive by climbing on the roof of her mother's house. During 1900s and 2024, in Romania, there were more than 100 catastrophic climate events that affected the lives of more than 2 million people, and the losses were up to $20 billion. Your Excellencies, it is an honor to address this Congress on behalf of Romania. For us Romanians, climate change, adaptation to climate change, they are not abstract concepts. This year alone, more than 100 localities in Romania faced water restriction due to extreme droughts. More than 30% of the territory of Romania is subject to desertification, making the lives of millions of people harder each year. One of the oldest forests in the European Union, found in my country, Romania, are starting to dry out, and scientists warn us that in the next 50 years, hundreds of thousands of hectares of forests will be lost because they will not survive to the new climate. So the message is clear. We must step up. These are not the realities that should be our future. There should not be a question whether or not we act in order to keep the temperature rise below 1.5 Celsius degrees. The only question that we should ask ourselves is how will we deliver the results that the next generations depend upon. We are proud members of the European Union, and we stand together with the commitment to decrease the greenhouse gas emissions from 66 to 72% by 2035. We are determined to do our fair share, and this is because we understand that climate change, at its core, it's a human rights issue. National efforts will not be enough. European efforts will not be enough. We need a global commitment. And yet we understand that the path forward is not easy. A just transition must take into account national context. We are not in a competition where some countries move ahead while others stay behind. We are together in a mission in which each state must support one another in order to achieve the greater good. We are not competitors, but brothers in the shared global responsibility. Dear colleagues, we are here at Belém in a mission of restoring trust. We need to show that promises lead to action, and that action actually deliver the results that the lives of the people in the next generation depend upon and the planet needs. After the floods in this year, Raluca told me one thing: you must not leave us alone in the face of these horrors. People are demanding action, and we must deliver. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Sari Multala, Minister of Environment of Finland. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, let me first thank our Brazilian hosts for all the hospitality and your leadership. Climate change and other global environmental crises cannot be solved without all of us working together. In 10 years since the Paris Agreement was adopted, we have made a lot of progress. But the science is clear. Much more is needed for keeping the temperature rise below 1.5 degrees. What the world expects from us in Belém is a clear message that we stand firm behind the goals of the Paris Agreement. We cannot let the 1.5 degrees goal slip away for good. Every fragment of a degree matters. Every action and every actor matters. The only way that we can keep the 1.5 degree goal alive is to rapidly move ahead with the transition away from fossil fuels. This is something we jointly agreed to do 2 years ago in Dubai. Major emitters need to lead the way. Affordable alternatives exist, and they have many co-benefits too. My country, Finland, is strongly committed to urgent and science-based climate action. In addition to our joint NDC with the EU and all its member states, Finland has set one of the world's most ambitious national targets to reach carbon neutrality by 2035 and carbon negativity soon thereafter. Our path towards a carbon neutral economy is based on 3 pillars: rapid emission reductions, strengthening carbon sinks, and investing in innovation. Clean energy transition is actually Finland's success story. The Finnish power sector is almost carbon-free, as the renewables and nuclear power constitute almost already 95% of the total electricity production. Clean energy solutions have also helped us to break away from Russian fossil energy imports, create sustainable growth and well-being, and improve our comprehensive security. We cannot succeed without significant investments to research, innovation and clean technology. Finnish companies have expertise in smart and clean solutions, including the fields of energy, mobility, logistics, mining and built environment. Many of these solutions are presented here in Belém in our pavilion. We believe that climate action and growth go hand in hand. Investment for climate is also the growth and prosperity plan for this century. Excellencies, Paris Agreement gave us the global goal on adaptation. Here in Belém, we want to agree on a set of adaptation indicators. These indicators will help us in preparing adaptation plans and in tracking progress in adaptation action and resilience in our countries. I look forward to having these indicators agreed at COP30. Excellencies, it is in these times of uncertainty and accelerating change, we must work together, build trust between the nations and communities, and commit to a shared responsibility for the planet and the people. COP30 must send a clear message that the green transition is here to stay and that fossil fuels have no future. 10 years after Paris, let us make sure Belém will be remembered as a success too. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Jiwo Emmanuel Abdullahi, Minister of Environment and Climate Change of Sierra Leone. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. COP30 Presidency, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I bring you greetings from the people and government of Sierra Leone. Allow me to congratulate the government of Brazil and the COP30 Presidency for hosting this important conference in the beautiful city of Belém at the heart of the Amazon, one of the most vital ecosystems on our planet. Excellencies, I'd like to recognize the landmark agreement made 10 years ago in Paris that renewed trust in multilateralism. Over the past 10 years, a lot of progress has been made, but we need to do more. Sierra Leone stands before you today from the front line of a climate crisis that is hitting our people with increasing severity. Floods wipe out homes and livelihoods, landslides claim lives, rising seas continue to swallow islands and settlements and erode our coasts. Unpredictable rainfall endangers food security, and extreme heat threatens the health and economic stability of millions. This is the daily reality of a country that has contributed almost nothing to this global crisis. It is a reality that is unjust and morally indefensible. Despite these hardships, Sierra Leone continues to push forward with ambition and resolve. Under the leadership of President Julius Maada Bio, our third-generation NDC articulates our ambition to reduce emissions, strengthen adaptation, and protect our people from the worst impacts of climate change. We are restoring forests and critical watersheds, mangrove forests that protect our coasts, We're expanding climate-smart agriculture, promoting renewable energy to power rural homes, health centers, and schools, and strengthening community early warning systems. Sierra Leone refuses to surrender to the climate crisis. We choose resilience, transformation, and progress. Excellencies, while vulnerable countries continue to suffer from the effects of climate change, the negotiations under this process are moving far too slowly. The world does not have the luxury of time, and neither do the people of Sierra Leone. Adaptation must move from vague aspirations to concrete action. It requires strong targets backed by finance, technology transfer, and capacity building. Without this, the GGA risks becoming an empty declaration rather than a lifeline for vulnerable nations. Africa and LDCs cannot build climate-resilient economies without access to appropriate technologies, which must be available and affordable. Excellencies, adaptation finance must be publicly funded, match the scale of the problem, and be focused on the priorities of the most vulnerable developing countries. Sierra Leone cannot wait for years for these promises to turn into action. Our people need support now. Excellencies, here in Belem, surrounded by a powerful symbol of Amazon rainforest, the world is watching. COP30 must deliver meaningful outcomes. Sierra Leone expects a clear, ambitious goal on adaptation, a serious and transformative finance goal, and rapid progress on technology transfer. This is a decisive moment. The window for preserving a safe future is closing with alarming speed. What happens here will be remembered for generations. History will not forgive hesitation, and it will not forgive empty commitments. It will judge us by the courage we show and the actions we take. Sierra Leone stands ready to act, but we cannot face this crisis alone. We urge all parties to rise to this moment with honesty, ambition, and solidarity. Let us leave Belem with decisions that deliver hope for our people and protection for our climate. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Habib Abed, Minister of Environment of Tunisia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فخامة الرئيس لولا دا سيلفا رئيس جمهورية البرازيل، حضرة السيد الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة، أصحاب المعالي، حضرات السيدات والسادة، أتقدم في مستهل كلمتي بخالص عبارة الشكر والتقدير إلى جمهورية البرازيل على كرم الضيافة وحسن تنظيم، وعلى ما بذلته من جهود لتوفير أفضل الظروف لإنجاح أعمال هذه الدورة 30 لمؤتمر الأطراف التي تنعقد في ظرف دقيق تتزايد فيه الحاجة إلى تعزيز الثقة والعمل الجماعي لمواجهة التحديات المناخية المتسارعة. حضرات السيدات والسادة، رغم مرور أكثر من 3 عقود على إقرار الاتفاقية الإطارية للأمم المتحدة بشأن التغير المناخي، ورغم ما تحقق من تقدم بفضل اتفاق باريس، فإن الواقع يؤكد أن الجهود الحالية ما تزال دون مستوى التحدي. تسارع وتيرة الظواهر المناخية القصوى واتساع أثارها على النظم البيئية والاقتصادية باتا يشكلان تهديدا مباشرا للاستقرار العالمي ولحقوق الشعوب في التنمية والأمن الغذائي والصحة والعيش الكريم. تونس التي لا تتجاوز انبعاثات الغازات الدافئة بنسبة 0.07% من إجمالي العالمي، تعاني اليوم من آثار تغير المناخ على مواردها الطبيعية، وخاصة المياه والزراعة وعلى اقتصادها الوطني الذي يواجه ضغوطا متزايدة في ظل الجفاف وتراجع الإنتاجية الزراعية وتزايد كلفة التكيف. ورغم هذه التحديات تبقى تونس ثابتة في التزامها بالعمل المناخي، إيمانا منها بأن مواجهة هذه الأزمة مسؤولية جماعية، وبأن العدالة المناخية ركيزة أساسية لتحقيق التنمية. حضرات السيدات والسادة، في هذا الإطار قامت تونس بتحديث مساهمتها المحددة وطنيا الثالثة بشكل يعكس مستوى طموح أعلى في الحد من الانبعاثات. حضرات السيدات والسادة، في هذا السياق تؤكد تونس على أهمية تفعيل صندوق الخسائر والأضرار، ضرورة تحديد الهدف العالمي جديد، ووجوب تعزيز الشراكات الدولية. لقد أثبتت التجربة أن مواجهة التغيرات المناخية ليست مسألة بيئية فحسب، بل هي قضية تنموية واقتصادية وإنسانية في جوهرها. ومن هذا المنطلق تؤكد تونس على أن نجاح العمل المناخي لا يمكن فصله عن احترام القيم الإنسانية الأساسية، وفي مقدمتها الحق في الحياة والكرامة والأمن. ومن هذا المنطلق تعبر تونس عن قلقها العميق إزاء المأساة الإنسانية التي يعيشها أشقاؤنا في فلسطين، حيث يتواصل العدوان على الشعب الفلسطيني الأعزل في ظل الأوضاع إنسانية كارثية جراء الانتهاكات الجسيمة للقانون الدولي الإنساني واستهداف المدنيين وخاصة الأطفال والنساء والكبار. أن سياسة التجويع والممنهجة ومنع المساعدات الإنسانية وحرمان السكان من الماء والغذاء والدواء أدت إلى أزمة صحية وإنسانية غير مسبوقة وارتفاع مأساوي في أعداد الضحايا. ومن هذا الإطار وجب اليوم على المؤتمر الأممي حماية الإنسان والتدخل الفوري لرفع الحصار وتمكين الشعب الفلسطيني من المساعدات الإنسانية. في الختام أجدد شكري لجمهورية البرازيل على حسن الضيافة، وأؤكد التزام تونس الثابت بمواصلة العمل الجاد والمسؤول لتنفيذ اتفاق باريس. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Rohi John, Minister of Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources of the Gambia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, on behalf of the President of the Republic of the Gambia, His Excellency President Adama Barrow, I am pleased and honored to extend sincere gratitude and greetings to His Excellency Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, President of Brazil, the government and people of Brazil, for hosting COP30 in this beautiful port city of Belém. Let us be reminded that the Gambia, though among the nations least responsible for global greenhouse gas emission, remains one of the most vulnerable to the devastating impacts of climate change. Our economy remains heavily dependent on climate-sensitive sectors such as agriculture and fisheries, and our coastal zone is under increasing threat from sea level rise and storm surge. Mr. President, despite our limited resources, we have made tremendous progress. The Gambia's second NDC sets a target of reducing greenhouse gas emission by 49.7% below business as usual by 2030, while working towards a vision of net zero emission by 2050, costed at $4 billion US. We have also integrated climate consideration into our current national development plans, strengthened partnerships, and initiated the operationalization of nature-based solutions and broadened resilience-building efforts. In addition, we have recently developed our climate prosperity investment and financial strategy, which outlines a clear pathway for mobilizing resources and driving transformative climate resilient growth. The Gambia underscores the urgency to move beyond theoretical ambitions to practical implementation of NDCs, and is working to have a national climate change bill as an act now that will provide stronger legal framework on our climate action. Our climate ambitions depends on enabling conditions and means of implementation, including accessible finance, technology and capacity support, to strengthen our national and local institutions for enhancing community resilience. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, adaptation is no longer optional. It is an urgent necessity for safeguarding lives, livelihoods, and ecosystems, especially in the world's most climate vulnerable countries. As we conclude UAE Belem work program, the Gambia underscores that delivering the global goal on adaptation requires moving beyond planning to scaling of finance that is predictable and grant-based that enables real implementation on the ground. We urge all parties to constructively decide on adaptation indicators delivered by experts and optionalize their implementation for tracking progress in achieving global goal climate resilience. Let us be clear, without accessible, reliable, and predictable climate finance, building resilience will remain to be mere aspirations. Therefore, the Gambia calls for an inclusion to have a significant increase in adaptation finance, particularly to LDCs and seeds, consistent with Article 9.4 of the Paris Agreement. A substantial and timely contribution to the fund for responding to loss and damage that corresponds to the scale of loss and damage suffered. Only through these actions can adaptation become a pillar of global climate actions and ambition delivered meaningfully resilience outcome for the most vulnerable, which the Gambia also includes. Mr. President, the Gambia considers the recent International Court of Justice advisory opinions aforementioned that restitution, including ecosystem restoration, is a legal obligation, reinforcing the justice dimension of loss and damage. On just transition, equity, and special circumstances of the LDCs and seeds must be at the heart of climate action. We support the elevation of the Just Transition Work Program as a central pillar of the UNFCCC process. Mr. President, Excellencies, allow me to conclude by stressing that we cannot fail our future. We cannot fail our only planet. We cannot fail our women. We cannot fail our children and our youth, who are the most affected and the least contributors to climate crisis. The Gambia stands ready to work constructively with all parties to deliver an outcome from Belem that is balanced and implementable, noting that finance must be at the heart of the decision pillar. Let me remind you, we must leave Belem with renewed resolve that we are united to strengthen hope and partnership with a clear path towards climate action and resilience for all. We cannot fail our generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Irene Valdez Torres, Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development of Colombia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excelencias, distinguidas delegaciones. El mundo enfrenta una crisis climática y ambiental que arriesga a volverse catástrofe. Y no admite de nosotros, gobernantes del mundo, más demoras. La ciencia nos recuerda que el tiempo para mantener vivo el objetivo del 1,5 grados se está agotando. Necesitamos un mandato claro de una hoja de ruta que ordene la eliminación de los combustibles fósiles. Este camino debe ser multilateral, justo y coherente con las realidades y necesidades de cada país. Sabemos que hay contextos diferenciados y responsabilidades diferenciadas. Por ejemplo, entre productores y consumidores, las islas o los países del sur que tenemos una enorme presión y limitación originadas en las enormes deudas externas nacionales. No queremos un compromiso que se limite a sustituciones parciales de energía o a soluciones incompletas ni falsas. Nuestra convicción es que debemos lograr el cero absoluto de emisiones, sustituir las fuentes fósiles de energía y acompañar estos esfuerzos con una transición económica y fiscal urgente en países productores como Colombia. La reestructuración del sistema financiero es urgente y debe priorizar la justicia climática. Estamos convencidas de que la sinergia entre acción climática y protección de la diversidad debe estar en la agenda de la COP30. No habrá equilibrio climático sin la conservación de los bosques existentes o la rehabilitación de las selvas que hemos perdido o deforestado. Proponemos que esta COP adopte una decisión robusta que establezca un espacio sustantivo para discutir la integración entre la conservación de la naturaleza y las acciones climáticas. Finalmente, ninguna acción climática será efectiva sin la participación plena de los pueblos originarios indígenas, campesinos y afrodescendientes. Son ellas las comunidades guardianas históricas de los territorios y la naturaleza. Son nuestras aliadas por la justicia climática y ambiental. Por eso debemos reconocer su conocimiento tradicional como parte de las acciones estratégicas de justicia climática, garantizar su participación plena en la definición de las metas de acción climática, así como un acceso justo y directo al financiamiento climático. Excelencias, avanzar en un mapa du camino, una hoja de ruta o un roadmap para la eliminación de los combustibles fósiles, profundizar las sinergias entre clima y biodiversidad y garantizar la participación en el financiamiento de los pueblos son tres pilares concretos que queremos que esta COP pueda materializar y de esta manera dar una señal inequívoca de coherencia y de responsabilidad para evitar la catástrofe climática que nos amenaza. Es momento de no darle la espalda a las comunidades y a la ciudadanía movilizada también en las calles de Belén. Es momento de aliarnos con los pueblos y sus voces por la justicia climática ya. Como gobiernos debemos estar a la altura de este momento histórico y les invitamos a todos a seguir avanzando por esta justicia climática y ambiental que la historia hoy nos reclama. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Hassan Bakhit Jamous, Minister of Environment, Fisheries and Sustainable Development of Chad. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur. Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la COP30, Monsieur le Secrétaire exécutif de la Convention cadre des Nations Unies sur le changement climatique, distingués délégués, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est avec un profond sentiment d'honneur et de responsabilité que je prends la parole au nom du maréchal du Tchad, Mohamed Idriss Déby Itno, président de la République, chef de l'État du Tchad, pour livrer ce message de vision, d'engagement du Tchad face aux défis climatiques qui menacent notre humanité commune. Avant toute chose, qu'il me soit permis d'exprimer notre gratitude au peuple frère du Brésil pour son accueil empreint de chaleur et pour la remarquable organisation de cette conférence des parties. Nos remerciements vont également à son Excellence, le Président Luis Lula da Silva, dont le charisme visionnaire et la conviction humaniste incarnent l'esprit de solidarité et de leadership qui inspire cette COP30 à Belém, au cœur de la forêt amazonienne. Sanctuaire de vie et symbole de notre responsabilité commune. Le Tchad, pays sahélien situé au cœur de l'Afrique, se tient aujourd'hui à la croisée des vulnérabilités climatiques et des espoirs de transformation durable. Le vent brûlant de la désertification, les sécheresses prolongées, les inondations dévastatrices et la rareté croissante de l'eau bouleversent nos territoires, compromettant ainsi les moyens de subsistance de nos populations et les perspectives de développement de toute une nation. Les données scientifiques sont alarmantes. Un score global largement supérieur à la moyenne sur la vulnérabilité financière et un risque climatique au-dessus de la norme. Ces constats documentés et chiffrés à l'appui placent le Tchad parmi les pays les plus exposés au monde, rappelant l'urgence d'une réponse globale et concertée. Malheureusement, derrière ces statistiques, il y a des vies, des familles, des terres ancestrales. Il y a aussi un peuple qui, malgré l'adversité, continue de croire en la force de la résilience et en la dignité du travail. Mais au-delà de cette vulnérabilité, le Tchad n'est pas seulement un témoin de la crise climatique. Il est aussi un acteur potentiel et essentiel de l'équilibre écologique mondial. Notre territoire abrite des sites d'une valeur scientifique exceptionnelle, dont certains participent silencieusement mais puissamment au grand cycle naturel de la planète. Parmi eux, la dépression de Baudelaire, vaste cuvette désertique au nord du pays, se distingue comme l'une des principales sources de poussière minérale du globe. Portées par le vent saharien, ces fines particules traversent parfois l'Atlantique et atteignent, selon plusieurs études de la NASA, les bassins amazoniens où elles apporteraient une part notable de nutriments minéraux essentiels à la régénération des sols. Ces phénomènes à la fois poétiques et scientifiques illustrent l'interdépendance profonde entre les continents. Le souffle du Sahara nourrit les racines de l'Amazonie. Il nous rappelle que le destin du Tchad et du Brésil, du Sahel et de l'Amazonie se rejoignent dans une même respiration planétaire. Ainsi, Baudelaire n'est pas qu'un symbole saharien. Il est un pont de sable, de vie entre deux mondes. Un message de la nature nous exportant à penser la Terre comme un tout indivisible. Les actions perturbatrices du climat, fruit de décennies de surconsommation, d'exploitation désordonnée et d'inaction politique, bouleversent l'équilibre planétaire. Les glaciers fondent, les forêts s'embrassent, les mers montent, les espèces disparaissent et les hommes fuient leurs terres. Le dérèglement climatique n'est plus une hypothèse, il est la crise morale, économique et sociale de notre temps. Il exige de nous un sursaut de conscience et de rarement moral et une action politique résolue. Le Tchad appelle à honorer les promesses de l'accord de Paris et de concrétiser les engagements financiers. Nous soutenons la position commune africaine qui réclame un nouvel objectif collectif de financement climatique d'au moins 1 300 milliards de dollars par an d'ici 2035, fondé sur les ressources publiques, concessionnelles et directement accessibles aux pays vulnérables. Il est temps de bâtir un système financier mondial plus juste, plus transparent et plus réactif au service de la survie et du profit. Sur le plan national, le Tchad poursuit la mise à jour de sa contribution déterminée au niveau national, la CDN 3.0 et de son plan national d'adaptation, intégrant des objectifs ambitieux en matière d'énergie renouvelable, d'agriculture durable, de foresterie et de gestion des ressources naturelles. Notre plan national de développement, Tchad Connexion 2030, ambition de mobiliser 30 milliards de dollars américains sur 5 années à travers 268 projets structurants pour accroître le PIB de 60% et de sortir 2,5 millions de nos concitoyens de la pauvreté. Cette transformation audacieuse repose sur un principe simple: faire de la vulnérabilité climatique un moteur d'innovation et de résilience exemplaire. Le lac Tchad, autrefois mer intérieure prospère, se vide peu à peu de sa subsistance et de ses promesses. Son déclin alimente les tensions, les migrations et les conflits. Le lien entre climat, paix et sécurité n'est pas une abstraction académique. C'est une réalité quotidienne, tangible, qui exige une réponse intégrée et solidaire des nations. Aucun mur, aucune frontière et aucune armée ne saurait contenir les conséquences du désordre climatique. Face à la gravité du moment, il ne nous reste qu'une voie, celle de la solidarité et de l'action. Nous devons arriver ici à Belém et raviver la flamme de la volonté collective, non par intérêt, mais par devoir. Notre génération possède les moyens technologiques, les ressources financières et surtout la conscience morale pour inverser la tendance. Faisons de cette COP30 la conférence de la responsabilité et de la renaissance. Faisons du Tchad et du Sahel les symboles d'un nouvel humanisme climatique fondé sur l'équité, la dignité et la vie. Je vous remercie.
Distinguished delegates, this brings us to the end of our national statements for this morning. I thank the interpreters for their flexibility. We will now suspend the delivery of statements of the high-level segment and resume in this room at 1500 hours. I declare this joint meeting of the COP, CMP and CMA suspended. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Okay, it works. Distinguished delegates, honored guests, we will now resume the joint meeting of the COP, CMP and CMA. I would like to remind Your Excellencies of measures in place to ensure effective time management. There is a 3-minute time limit for statements during the high-level segment. Speakers are strongly encouraged to ensure their statements do not exceed allocated times. Additionally, in line with the practice of other UN bodies and to ensure the smooth conduct of the meeting, a bell will be used to signal when the allocated time is exceeded. Statements should be as concise as possible, noting that full text of the official statements will be made available on the UNFCCC website. And finally, please note that speakers who are not in the plenary at the time of delivery of their statements will be scheduled to speak at the end of the statements of the same category. Let us begin. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Nilda Borges da Mata, Minister of Environment of São Tomé and Príncipe. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Le début d'une décennie décisive, peut-être la dernière, où nous pouvons encore choisir entre l'hésitation et l'action. Dans un monde où la température augmente et les promesses diminuent, nous devons retrouver la vérité, la confiance et le courage d'agir. Excellence, pour mon pays, 2025, c'est une année historique. L'ensemble du territoire national a été reconnu par l'UNESCO comme réserve mondiale de biosphère, faisant de São Tomé et Príncipe le premier pays au monde entièrement protégé sous ces statuts. Cette reconnaissance n'est pas seulement environnementale, elle est morale. Elle démontre que la petite échelle peut véhiculer un message important. Il est possible de croire tout en préservant et en protégeant. Le changement climatique ne touche pas tout le monde de la même manière. L'Afrique, responsable de moins de 40% d'émissions historiques, continue de subir des impacts les plus sévères. Les petits pays insulaires à faible émission, comme les miens, ont subi des pertes économiques, environnementales et humaines qui dépassent leur capacité d'action. C'est pourquoi nous affirmons clairement qu'il n'y a pas de neutralité climatique sans équité climatique. Il n'y a pas non plus l'action climatique efficace sans transparence, sans lutte contre le greenwashing et sans un objectif qui soit mis en œuvre et pas seulement annoncé. Mesdames et messieurs, São Tomé et Príncipe arrive à la COP avec une CDN renforcée et parfaitement alignée sur les priorités nationales. Notre transition énergétique est en marche avec l'extension des systèmes solaires, des mini-réseaux, la réhabilitation des centrales hydrauliques et un engagement croissant en faveur des énergies propres, tant pour les services publics que pour les usages domestiques. Nous misons également sur la mobilité électrique et le remplacement massif des ampoules inefficaces par les LED, réduisant ainsi les émissions et les coûts par les familles. Mais pour un pays insulaire et extrêmement vulnérable, l'adaptation est tout aussi vitale que l'atténuation. C'est pourquoi notre CDN comporte des engagements solides et intégrés dans des secteurs stratégiques, notamment l'agriculture, la pêche et le tourisme. Notre première stratégie nationale et notre premier plan d'action pour l'éducation environnementale 2025-2030 ont été élaborés et avec l'adoption, le pays affirme clairement et avec conviction qu'éduquer à l'environnement, c'est éduquer pour l'avenir. Cela reflète la volonté nationale de construire une société plus consciente, juste et plus solidaire, capable de bien vivre dans les limites de la planète. Ces actions révèlent un pays que, malgré sa vulnérabilité, a choisi de montrer l'exemple, en préservant la biosphère qui nous a été confiée et en garantissant la qualité de vie des générations futures. Excellence, la Terre parle et nous devons écouter. L'Amazonie, sous nos pieds, est un océan souterrain d'eau douce. Et cette forêt bleu-vert dépend paradoxalement de la poussière du Sahara, qui traverse l'Atlantique et fertilise les racines. Ce cycle nous rappelle une vérité simple, tout est lié. Et lorsqu'un écosystème s'effondre, c'est toutes les planètes qui s'effondrent. Que Belém soit le point de basculement, où la vérité remplace l'apparence, où la justice remplace l'indifférence, et où l'action remplace l'hésitation. Tant mes principes réaffirment son engagement avec l'accord de Paris et l'agenda 2030. Nous invitons le monde à considérer les petites îles non pas comme des victimes, mais comme des fers de cohérence et d'espoir climatique. Si le niveau de mer monte, que notre conscience s'élève également et que le cycle de l'eau continue d'être le cycle de la vie, de la dignité et de notre avenir commun. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Vikram Bharat, Minister of Natural Resources of Guyana. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, colleagues, friends, first I wish to thank Brazil for the leadership in ensuring that COP30 has brought the world to a moment where we are finally focusing on delivering practical solutions to the climate crisis. As Guyana's President, His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, reminding us at the World Leaders Summit, the world has the ambition and the solutions that we need. What is missing is finance and system to turn ambition into action. I want to highlight 3 areas where this is possible. First, the energy transition. The world is entering a period of unprecedented energy demand, driven by digitalization, industrialization, electrification, and the rapid expansion of artificial intelligence. While hundreds of millions still lack access to modern energy, and many more face chronic instability. Energy transition away from fossil fuel is no doubt needed. The question is, how do we achieve this? We need an energy transition grounded in carbon science and the principles of a just transition. It must be guided by rules and not rhetoric. This means global carbon pricing, phasing out fossil fuel subsidies, and reorganizing the role of responsible, lower carbon producers in meeting the demand that will remain even in the most ambitious net zero scenarios. The second area where global systems need to improve is forests and nature. Forests can deliver a third of climate change mitigation needed by 2030. Brazil has shown what is possible, having previously delivered an 80% reduction in deforestation, preventing 5 million tons of CO2 emission, and now placing carbon at its forests at the center of COP30. What is needed now is finance to achieve this level of results across the world. Towards that end, Guyana has been pleased to work with Brazil and other partners through the Forest and Climate Leaders Partnership, which we co-chair with the United Kingdom, to develop the Forest Finance Roadmap. This sets out 6 complementary options to make forests worth more alive than dead. We welcome Brazil's championing of the TFFF. It is a bold and fair initiative that can provide a long-term performance-based finance forested countries have sought for decades. The other roadmap solution I want to highlight is jurisdictional REDD+, which is already delivering results around the world. In Guyana, jurisdictional REDD+ has enabled us to maintain one of the world's lowest deforestation rates while improving lives. We strengthened MRV systems, expanded indigenous land rights, and integrated early into global carbon markets. Guyana became the first country to issue R3's jurisdictional credits and to access the CORSIA compliance market. To date, we have received well over $500 million US in jurisdictional REDD+ payments. As co-chair of the FCLP with the United Kingdom, we were pleased to incubate the scaling of J+ Coalition, which was launched this morning. It brings forest countries, indigenous organizations, investors, standards, and civil society together to expand high-integrity jurisdictional forest finance and implement the full forest finance roadmap. The third area is adaptation and global finance reform. For millions, adaptation is a daily question of safety and survival, yet adaptation finance remains too little, too slow, and too difficult to access. Guyana is proving that this integration is possible through our low-carbon development strategy, which is scaling renewable energy, strengthening adaptation, expanding sustainable cities, improving food security, investing in biodiversity, and reinvesting in carbon credits. So, colleagues, we believe in our experience that the solutions are known. And in conclusion, I say that the challenge is to address the lack of finance and reform the systems that slow down solutions. Let us leave Belem not only believing that a better future was possible, but demonstrating that we choose to build it together. Thank you very much.
It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Lilian Aber, State Minister for Relief, Disaster Preparedness and Refugees in the Office of the Prime Minister of Uganda. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the COP President, the outgoing COP President, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, Uganda aligns herself with the statement delivered by Malawi on behalf of the least developed countries, the United Republic of Tanzania on behalf of Africa Group of Negotiators, and Iraq on behalf of G77 plus China. From the outset, on behalf of my delegation, I wish to thank the Presidency and the people of Brazil for their warm hospitality, for the efforts in steering this conference towards an outcome that responds to urgency of our times. Mr. President, Uganda stands here as both a vulnerable nation and a nation of ambition. Our communities continue to experience the harshest impacts of a crisis we did not create, intensifying droughts, floods, landslides, loss of lives, livelihood, and ecosystem. Mr. President, our vulnerability notwithstanding, we continue to demonstrate ambition. If you recall, Uganda's first NDC outlined Uganda's commitment to reducing national greenhouse gas emissions and increasing climate resilience by 24.7% by 2030. Mr. President, global stocktake. We expect the global stocktake to serve as a springboard for enhanced ambition and scale-up support, not a mere accounting exercise. It must trigger new, predictable, and accessibility climate financing, technology transfer, and a capacity building for developing countries. Finance. The ambition that we have set ourselves to meet our climate targets justifies the need to have a robust discussion on finance. If we are to meet our climate goals, not as charity, but as part of the central pillars that define the Paris Agreement. In that sense, we welcome the COP30 Belem roadmap on how climate finance could be scaled up to at least $1.3 trillion a year by 2035. Our hope is that this roadmap can lay out a pathway to the trillions in climate finance that developing countries need to meet their climate targets. Uganda's expectation is that progress on the new collective quantified goals on climate financing, NCOG, and the COP30 Belem roadmaps over racing goals remains one of the scale-up manual climate financing to $1.3 trillion, anchored in the principles of equity and common but differentiated responsibility, and delivered adequate gains and cohesional resources, particularly for adoption. Mr. President, in conclusion, I thank you and the entire team for all the efforts undertaken with the heads of delegation, consultation, and the work of ministerial pillars on the outstanding agenda items. We eagerly await your draft proposals on moving these agendas forward, including Africa special circumstances. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Amna bint Abdullah Al Dahak, Minister of Climate Change and Environment of the United Arab Emirates. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن أكون بينكم اليوم وأتوجه بالشكر الجزيل لجمهورية البرازيل على استضافة مؤتمر الأطراف COP30 في قلب الطبيعة. إن الحفاظ على الطبيعة في الإمارات التزام ونهج أرساه الوالد المؤسس الشيخ زايد بن سلطان آل نهيان طيب الله ثراه. هذا الإرث الذي يوجه مسيرتنا المناخية اليوم ويشكل الأساس الذي انطلق منه العالم خلال مؤتمر الأطراف COP28. ومن جانبنا نلتزم بتحقيق الحياد المناخي بحلول عام 2050 من خلال جهود أبرزها مضاعفة إنتاج الطاقة المتجددة 3 مرات ومضاعفة كفاءة استخدام الطاقة بحلول عام 2030 بجانب خفض الانبعاثات ورصد متابعة مستوياتها بشكل مبتكر وشفاف. السيدات والسادة، إن الحفاظ على التنوع البيولوجي وعلى الطبيعة لا يمكن أن يكون بمعزل عن العمل المناخي العالمي. في دولة الإمارات لدينا استراتيجية وطنية للتنوع البيولوجي 2031 تضع أهدافا طموحة، من ضمنها حماية وإعادة تأهيل المناطق البرية والبحرية وتحسين حالة الأنواع المحلية المهددة بالانقراض، ونعمل على مهمة زراعة 100 مليون شجرة قرم بحلول عام 2030 والتي أنجزنا نصفها حتى الآن. كما نساهم في نشر القرم عالميا ونقود مع جمهورية إندونيسيا تحالف القرم من أجل المناخ الذي يحظى بعضوية 45 دولة. ويأتي احتضاننا مؤخرا للمؤتمر العالمي للحفاظ على الطبيعة تأكيدا على أن حماية الطبيعة ركيزة أساسية في سياساتنا الوطنية والعالمية، وهذا ما تم تجسيده في إعلان أبو ظبي للعمل الموحد من أجل الطبيعة والإنسانية والمستقبل الصادر عن المؤتمر. الحضور الكريم، إن ملف المياه هو التحدي الوجودي الأكبر في عصرنا، واليوم يعيش نصف سكان العالم في ظل ندرة مياه حادة لشهر واحد في العام على الأقل. وتفخر دولة الإمارات باستضافة مؤتمر الأمم المتحدة للمياه عام 2026 بالتعاون مع جمهورية السنغال من أجل وضع حلول جذرية لهذه الأزمة. ونحن بدورنا ندعم العالم بمبادرات نوعية مثل مبادرة محمد بن زايد للماء الرامية إلى نشر وتبني حلول تواجه تحديات ندرة المياه على مستوى العالم. وكلنا ثقة بأن هذا المؤتمر يمهد مسارا للتنفيذ الحقيقي بما يعزز التعاون الدولي كأساس لتحقيق طموحاتنا الجماعية. ولكي ننجح يجب أن نركز على أولويات واضحة أهمها الطموح من خلال تقديم مساهمات محددة وطنية جريئة، ونتوقع أن تعكس هذه المساهمات استجابة واضحة للتقييم العالمي للعمل المناخي. كما أن الطموح والتكيف يحتاجان إلى تمويل متاح وميسور التكلفة، وينبغي أن يكون هناك آلية للبدء في جمع 1.3 تريليون دولار لدفع العمل المناخي كل عام حتى عام 2035. وفي هذا الإطار تجدد دولة الإمارات التزامها من خلال صندوق التيرا الذي أطلقناه بقيمة 30 مليون دولار في COP28 بجانب مساهماتنا ومبادراتنا التنموية العالمية. السيدات والسادة، أسعدني اليوم أن أتحدث إليكم من قلب غابات الأمازون، وأجد ذلك استجابة لنداءات الطبيعة المتكررة لنا. هي نداءات يتردد صداها بداخلي وداخلنا جميعا، فالطبيعة من هنا تقول لنا: مستقبلي هو مستقبلكم، وازدهاري هو ازدهاركم. فلنمد أيدينا لنعمل معا لخلق مستقبل مستدام تكون فيه الطبيعة هي المحرك لنهضتنا ورخائنا. شكرا لكم.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Maria de Graca Carvalho, Minister of Environment and Energy of Portugal. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Senhora Presidente, Senhores Ministros, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, começo por saudar o Brasil, país anfitrião desta COP, que representa um momento para renovar o nosso compromisso coletivo. Mais do que nunca, precisamos de negociação multilateral e abertura à comunidade. Portugal é um dos países europeus mais afetados pelas alterações climáticas. Enfrentamos fenómenos extremos como os grandes incêndios, lidamos com a erosão do litoral e com cheias, alternando com períodos de escassez hídrica. Por isso, esperamos desta COP um pacote ambicioso, assente em 3 pilares fundamentais: mitigação, adaptação e transição justa. As contribuições nacionalmente determinadas que estão no centro desta COP traduzem o esforço coletivo para reforçar a ambição e cumprir os objetivos de Paris. Portugal tem sido coerente com os seus compromissos, reduzindo em cerca de 38% as emissões de gases com efeito de estufa face a 2005, mantendo os objetivos de menos 55% até 2030 e a neutralidade carbónica até 2045. Com os nossos parceiros europeus, trabalhamos por uma redução das emissões até 2035, alinhada com a meta de 90% para 2040. Estamos igualmente empenhados em proteger as nossas florestas e ecossistemas e, a este propósito, saudamos o Brasil pela criação do Fundo de Florestas Tropicais para Sempre. Portugal teve a honra de ser o primeiro país da União Europeia a associar-se a este esforço. Continuaremos a orientar-nos pelo princípio de uma transição justa. Estamos a desenvolver o nosso plano social para o clima com ações de combate à pobreza energética já em curso. E aplicamos os mesmos princípios de coesão e justiça social no plano internacional. A adaptação é para nós uma grande prioridade e é com muito gosto que aqui anuncio que iremos contribuir com 1 milhão de euros para o Fundo de Adaptação ainda em 2025. Iremos igualmente contribuir com 200 mil euros para as atividades suplementares da UNFCCC. Contribuiremos ainda, como já anunciámos nesta COP, com 1,5 milhões de euros para o núcleo lusófono para a transparência. Mas a grande fatia do nosso esforço concentra-se na cooperação bilateral com os países lusófonos em África, com os quais temos a execução de projetos no valor de 113 milhões de euros na área das energias renováveis. Desenvolvemos ainda nos últimos anos projetos com os países em desenvolvimento, a África, a Ásia e a América Latina, na áreas de água e clima, no valor de 18 milhões de euros. Uma das soluções que muito nos orgulha é o mecanismo de conversão de dívida em investimentos climáticos, já consolidados com Cabo Verde e em desenvolvimento com São Tomé e Príncipe. Permitam-me referir, por último, que Portugal defende a relevância do nexo clima-oceano, aliado à biodiversidade. O oceano deve assumir um papel relevante no combate às alterações climáticas. Muito obrigada.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. El Hadi Abdulrahman Diouf, Minister of Environment and Ecological Transition of Senegal. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais remercier très sincèrement le gouvernement et de la République et le peuple de la République fédérative du Brésil pour l'accueil chaleureux et les efforts déployés pour faire de la COP30 une COP de la vérité, accélératrice de l'ambition globale qui nous mettra sur la trajectoire du régime climatique que nous voulons à l'horizon 2050. J'adresse aussi mes vifs remerciements au secrétaire exécutif de la Convention cadre pour les arrangements adoptés pour faciliter nos travaux. Le Sénégal s'associe aux déclarations de ces différents groupes d'appartenance. Mesdames et messieurs, nous voici de retour au Brésil, ce pays même où il y a 33 ans, nous avons porté sur les fonds baptismaux le cadre multilatéral de gouvernance de cette question existentielle du climat à travers la Convention cadre des Nations Unies sur les changements climatiques. Au moment d'adopter cette convention en 1992, nous n'avions sûrement pas autant de certitudes sur la rapidité et l'intensité de l'impact des changements climatiques. Aujourd'hui, des millions de communautés exposées entre autres à l'avancée du désert, à l'érosion côtière, à la déforestation et à la sécheresse sont victimes de pertes humaines, d'appauvrissement réel, de famine, de souffrances physiques et mentales, alors même qu'elles ne sont pas responsables de cette crise climatique. Le Sénégal, notre pays, est dans la même situation. Mesdames et messieurs, la fréquence des événements extrêmes montre à suffisance que la bataille du climat se gagne ensemble, mais pas avec des mesures unilatérales. C'est pourquoi nous devons collectivement prendre les résolutions adéquates, conformément à nos engagements pris il y a 10 ans lors de la signature de l'accord de Paris. Cette COP de Belem, en plein cœur du principal poumon écologique de notre planète, nous ramène à l'essence de notre civilisation et rappelle la nécessité de préserver les ressources naturelles pour les générations futures. Au regard de l'immensité de ce changement écologique, de ce chantier écologique, j'insisterai sur la nécessité de renforcer les mécanismes internationaux de mobilisation de financement adaptés pour réduire et inverser la tendance de la dégradation des terres et de la biodiversité. Pour cette raison, le Sénégal réaffirme l'application effective de l'article 9.1 de l'accord de Paris et appelle les pays développés à accompagner la mise en œuvre effective des contributions déterminées au niveau national, conditionnelles et des plans nationaux d'adaptation. Le Sénégal confirme son engagement renouvelé à travers sa vision 2050 à promouvoir une trajectoire sobre en carbone et résiliente au changement climatique, suivant nos capacités et responsabilités différenciées pour maintenir le réchauffement global à 1,5 Celsius au bénéfice de sa population et de toutes les communautés du monde. Mesdames et messieurs, à la lumière des résultats de l'évaluation de sa deuxième CDN, le Sénégal tient à exprimer, à rappeler devant cette Assemblée que des politiques très bien planifiées mais non mises en œuvre ne garantissent pas la réduction des émissions ni l'adaptation des écosystèmes et autres systèmes humains. Des financements suffisants en qualité, accessibles et transparents sont indispensables pour exécuter les efforts planifiés dans les CDN 3.0 des pays en développement. À cet égard, le Sénégal entend soumettre dans les meilleurs délais sa CDN 3.0. Mesdames et messieurs, pour terminer, au sortir de cette conférence, Belém doit garantir l'effectivité du leadership des pays développés, du triplement des financements sur le renouvelable, de la solidarité collective pour un financement responsable de la deuxième décennie de mise en œuvre de l'accord de Paris. Belém doit aussi adopter le triplement du financement de l'adaptation pour 2030 et mobiliser plus de ressources pour les fonds pertes et dommages. Belém doit rendre effective l'opérationnalisation des 300 milliards de dollars adoptés à Bakou, car l'urgence est dans nos maisons respectives, notamment pour les pays les moins avancés, les États insulaires et l'ensemble des victimes. Enfin, Belém doit adopter les indicateurs globaux de l'adaptation et le financement de leur applicabilité afin de construire une résilience juste et mesurable. Je vous remercie de votre aimable attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Marie Nyange Ndambo, Minister of Environment, Sustainable Development and New Climate Economy of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, C'est pour moi un honneur de prendre la parole au nom de la République démocratique du Congo à l'occasion de ce segment de haut niveau. Devant les défis climatiques de notre ère, la République démocratique du Congo encourage tous les gouvernements d'agir à l'échelon local et mondial en matière de ressources et de technologies, ainsi que de la solidarité, car le changement climatique ne connaît pas de frontières. La République démocratique du Congo attire l'attention sur le fait que c'est maintenant le moment de passer des promesses aux engagements fermes, car les effets du changement climatique sur nos pays surviennent à une vitesse plus rapide que ne le sont nos négociations et leurs impasses. Par conséquent, mon pays, la République démocratique du Congo, recommence un traitement juste et équitable en faveur des communautés locales et des peuples autochtones et des descendants africains dans le financement climatique. Nous nous inscrivons non seulement dans la logique de la responsabilité commune et différenciée, mais aussi dans l'exigence d'équipe qui veut qu'une part conséquente du financement climat soit dirigée vers les bassins du Congo, proportionnellement à son importance de premier poumon, disons, je voulais dire de deuxième poumon planétaire pour l'équilibre climatique. Ainsi, avoir un financement qui tient compte des efforts des uns et des autres va aider énormément les pays qui en ont le plus besoin en termes de développement, mais qui détiennent aussi d'énormes ressources forestières comme la RDC qui détient 60% des forêts du bassin du Congo, des tourbières, 60% d'eau douce d'Afrique, de pouvoir poursuivre les efforts pour l'équilibre climatique. La RDC a mis en place pour la mobilisation des ressources des outils importants. Le couloir vert Kivu-Kinshasa, qui est une aire protégée communautaire, qui a une superficie de 540 000 km², et la forêt Senou, qui est un programme fédérateur. La RDC veut, à travers ces deux programmes, mobiliser le financement climat. Les deux programmes mettent au centre les deux actions d'amélioration de la vie des communautés locales et des peuples autochtones. J'ai dit et je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Polycarp Paea, Minister of Environment, Climate Change, Disaster Management and Meteorology of Solomon Islands. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, esteemed delegates, I'm honored to speak on behalf of the government and the people of Solomon Islands. I congratulate you on the election to the COP presidency and thank you, the government and the people of Belém, Brazil, for their warm hospitality. The hour for climate action is upon us. As COP30, the COP of truth, unfolds, we trust your leadership to guide us towards decisive outcomes. Solomon Islands stands on the front lines of the climate crisis, where loss, displacement, threatened livelihoods, food insecurity, and erosion of culture and heritage are daily realities. The first global stocktake and the latest NDC synthesis report confirm that current efforts shortfall of keeping 1.5 degrees Celsius within reach. We urge all countries yet to submit NDC 3.0 to do so urgently. High-emitting countries must lead by rapidly reducing greenhouse gas emissions. with the IPCC warning of severe risk at 1.5 degrees Celsius and catastrophic impact at 2 degrees Celsius. The world must accelerate decarbonization and transition to low-carbon, climate-resilient pathways, consistent with the ICJ advisory opinion. Mr. President, climate finance is not goodwill. It is legal, moral, and shared human obligation. Finance must be predictable, transparent, just, and centered on public and grant-based resources. Solomon Islands cannot adapt with debt. We therefore call for grant-based and concessional finance that is timely, simplified, and accessible. The new collective quantified goal must be truly transformative, delivering predictable and sufficient resources, aligned with the science and the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal, and meeting the needs of the most vulnerable. Mr. President, the Solomon Islands welcome the Barbados implementation modalities and urge rapid capitalization of the fund for responding to loss and damage so it can deliver target support to highly impact communities, including ours. On adaptation, the DGA indicators must be non-punitive, non-prescriptive, and country-relevant, consistent with CBDR-RC. We call for strengthened support for both the formulation and implementation of national adaptation plans. As a Pacific Blue Continent state, we affirm the centrality of the ocean to climate regulation and urge UNFCCC bodies to elevate the ocean climate nexus to the highest level of priority. Mr. President, the success of this COP depends on transparency, accountability, and equitable partnership. Let us uphold true multilateralism and deliver the outcomes the world expects from COP30. For Solomon Islands, the 1.5 degrees Celsius limit is non-negotiable. It is a matter of survival. I thank you.
Excellency, it's my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Ms. Kalinie Mbarushimana, Minister of Environment, Agriculture and Livestock of Burundi. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Monsieur le Président de la COP30, Mesdames, Messieurs, le changement climatique et la dégradation des ressources terrestres sont des phénomènes environnementaux qui menacent la vie de l'homme et sapent les efforts de développement économique de tous les pays du monde en général, surtout ceux en développement. La COP30 vient au moment où le Burundi a pris soin des questions liées au climat en mettant en œuvre l'accord de Paris, étant donné qu'il fait partie des pays les plus affectés par les impacts du changement climatique. Le Burundi fait face à la sécheresse et les inondations avec toutes leurs conséquences pour un pays ayant une agriculture qui dépend de la pluviométrie, constitue une véritable menace pour le développement socio-économique des Burundiens. À la lumière de ces événements, le renforcement de l'action dans la lutte contre les effets néfastes des changements climatiques n'est pas à négocier. C'est ceci fait que le Burundi met en place une plateforme nationale de réduction des risques et gestion des catastrophes. En plus, le Burundi fait face au plan national de développement de 2018-2027, a mis en place sa vision pays émergent en 2040, pays développé en 2060 et a besoin de soutien pour sa mise en œuvre. Le Burundi dispose de la politique, la stratégie et le plan d'action sur le changement climatique, le code forestier révisé, l'étude de la vulnérabilité au changement climatique, une stratégie de communication à la matière et le document d'évaluation des besoins en technologie pour le secteur prioritaire. En plus du plan national d'adaptation, le Burundi a déjà terminé et soumis sa troisième communication sur le changement climatique, sa contribution déterminée CDN 3.0 et son rapport biennal sur la transparence BT1.1. Pour le moment, la quatrième communication nationale sur le changement est en cours d'élaboration. Les actions d'adaptation jugées prioritaires ont été réparties par leur secteur pour leur mise en œuvre effective. En effet, le Burundi a déjà commencé à mettre en œuvre sa CDN 3.0 à travers un grand projet de reboisement à l'échelle nationale et à travers plusieurs projets et programmes dans les secteurs vulnérables, en tout autre ressources en eau, énergie, agriculture, santé, paysage et déchets. Mesdames, Messieurs, le Burundi recommande ce qui suit. L'accès au financement climatique internationaux en simplifiant les procédures compte tenu des critères et réalités africaines. Mise en place du programme de valorisation de solutions locales et communautaires. L'investissement dans la résilience et l'adaptation en soutenant les infrastructures vertes, l'agriculture durable et la gestion intégrée des ressources naturelles. La promotion de la transparence et la redevabilité pour garantir les fonds mobilisés, atteignant les bénéficiaires et produisant des résultats durables. Pour conclure, j'interpelle les mécanismes financiers à mettre en place des processus simplifiés permettant l'accès facile aux fonds de financement climatique afin que les pays puissent faire face le plus rapidement possible aux effets du changement climatique. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Maina Makafua Dalia, Minister of Home Affairs, Climate Change and the Environment of Tuvalu. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Co-President, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Tuvalu is making this statement that brings to COP30 the key priorities of regional grouping of 14 Pacific Small Island Developing States, PSIDS. We would like to begin by thanking the COP30 President of Brazil for the constructive and collaborative spirit of Mutirao, which they have led discussions here in Belém to date. The Presidency has described COP30 as the moment of truth. For us as PSIDS, that truth is that we are seeing the 1.5 target disappear before our eyes. We as small island states need to keep the 1.5 degrees alive. It is the line between our survival and loss. The real moment of truth for all countries attending COP is that we must leave Belém with a package that keeps the 1.5 target within reach through a genuine response plan for closing the NDC ambition gap by strengthening mitigation actions in line with the GST1 outcomes and advancing the phasing out of fossil fuels. As the recent ICJ advisory opinion has shown us, the 1.5 target is not just a political aspiration, but a legal obligation, informed by the best available science from the IPCC. Unless countries' NDC's targets and real-world actions are improved, significant overshoot of the 1.5 will become inevitable with the widespread and destructive consequences, particularly for the most vulnerable countries and peoples everywhere, including and especially PSIDS. We have heard concerns from some that an NDC response plan could be seen to be pointing fingers at certain countries. This is absolutely not the case. It is about ensuring that we all work together collectively to address the climate crisis. Mr. President, we also understand that, to deliver the necessary lift in ambition, we as developing countries need to urgently see the significant scale-up in new, accessible and predictable grant-based finance to ensure climate actions. To ensure this, we must deliver the necessary changes to the global physical landscape. Well, last year, the NCQG opened the door for other sources of funding, including private finance. The binding duty of developed countries is to provide public climate finance. This is grounded in Article 9.1 of the Paris Agreement and reinforced by the ICJ advisory opinion, which recognizes this as a matter of duty, equity, and justice. Mr. President, For small island developing states, the ocean is our lifeblood. It sustains our economies, nourishes communities, and shapes our culture. It is also our first line of defense against the climate crisis. We welcome the inclusion of ocean-based actions in submitted NDCs of parties and encourage support for their implementation, underpinned by environmental integrity and safeguards to align with the 1.5 temperature limit set out in the Paris Agreement. PCIDS expressed its disappointment to the International Maritime Organization that did not adopt the net zero framework, and PCIDS echoes the call of the President Lula to continue to work towards implementing this framework, which ensure a just and equitable transition to zero-emission shipping for developing countries. We welcome the launch of the Barbados implementation modalities as the initial phase of the fund for responding to loss and damage, and urge developed countries to convert pledges to contributions and further capitalize the fund through the upcoming replenishment process. Despite being the region severely hit by climate change, the Pacific is not lying down. We are coming up with innovative solutions for protecting our islands, protecting our lands, protecting our oceans and our peoples. And we are highlighting to the world the need for increased ambition to deal with this existential threat. Excellencies, we urge you all to support the presidency to ensure we come away from Belém with a renewed drive to ensure we keep 1.5 alive, not just for a small island, but for the rest of the world. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. José Didier Yaovi Tonato, Minister for Living, Environment and Transport in charge of Sustainable Development of Benin. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Excellences, Monsieur le Secrétaire exécutif de la Convention des Nations Unies sur les changements climatiques, Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais remercier le Président de la République, le gouvernement et tout le peuple du Brésil pour l'organisation de la COP30 sur le changement climatique. Au Bénin, notre action pour la sauvegarde s'articule autour de la gestion durable des forêts, le monitoring de l'atteinte de la cible de 1,5 degré, la concrétisation de l'ambition climatique, la définition du nouvel objectif collectif quantifié sur le financement climatique avec la feuille de route subséquente. Cette action, qui est stratégiquement encadrée par les programmes d'action du gouvernement, se déploie au niveau opérationnel dans le cadre du programme Environnement, Forêt et Climat. Dans le cadre des négociations, nous voulons faire valoir nos spécificités sur l'adaptation, l'atténuation et surtout le financement qui tiennent compte des sources nouvelles de mobilisation des ressources, notamment les marchés carbone, ainsi que les ressources du budget national pour la mise en œuvre de nos contributions déterminées au niveau national. Les pays africains font partie intégrante de la solution à la crise climatique mondiale. L'Afrique contribue déjà à la résolution de la crise climatique grâce à son potentiel en énergie renouvelable, à ses richesses minières, à son capital agricole et forestier. Les pays africains vivent un paradoxe à plusieurs niveaux. Survenir aux besoins énergétiques d'une population en croissance démographique forte et préserver ses forêts. Procéder à la décarbonisation de nos économies et s'adapter aux conséquences des changements climatiques. C'est dans cette optique que le Bénin a élaboré sa stratégie de développement à faible émission de carbone, mise en place le Conseil béninois de développement durable, présidé par le chef de l'État lui-même, en tant qu'organe stratégique d'orientation et de veille pour un développement résilient au changement climatique. Réviser à la hausse les ambitions, particulièrement ses objectifs d'atténuation de sa CDM créer l'autorité d'enregistrement des projets carbone qui sert également de centre de formation à la problématique carbone. En engageant ces actions stratégiques nécessaires à la sensibilisation des populations et à la responsabilisation des acteurs du développement durable, le Bénin s'associe à toutes les initiatives qui sont conduites à l'échelle internationale pour relever les défis de la mobilisation des ressources nécessaires à une transformation de la lutte sur les changements climatiques. Mesdames et messieurs, aucun pays ne doit être laissé seul face au changement climatique parce qu'il pose une équation difficile par sa grande complexité et la large gamme d'intérêts contradictoires qui la sous-tendent. Par conséquent, notre action devait être guidée par les réalités du terrain, l'évolution des négociations, notre capacité d'atténuation, d'adaptation et de financement pour garantir une gestion efficace des effets des changements climatiques. La réussite des négociations passe par l'effectivité de la justice climatique, seule alternative réparatrice crédible des dommages subis par l'Afrique, la seule porte de sortie honorable pour Belém. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Balarabe Abbas Lawal, Minister of Environment of Nigeria. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I bring greetings and appreciation from His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and I extend our congratulations to you and the good people of Brazil for hosting this historic COP30 here in the beautiful city of Belem. We also commend the UNFCCC Secretariat for its steadfast leadership at this critical moment. Mr. President, Nigeria is among the countries most vulnerable to adverse impact of climate change. The effects of this phenomenon are evident all across the regions. To confront this, Nigeria is implementing decisive, coordinated measures to mitigate the impact of climate change within the country. We recognize the critical importance of well-structured climate finance alongside technology transfer and capacity building in attaining sustainable development. Nigeria has taken critical steps to move from pledges to practical implementation. This year, Nigeria is the first country in West Africa to submit a comprehensive, enhanced National Determined Contribution 3. The ND3 aligns with our national development priorities that enhances resilience, energy access, adaptation, and emission reduction in all key sectors. We have approved and operationalized the National Carbon Market Framework designed to ensure integrity, transparency, and national benefit sharing, position Nigeria as the regional hub for high-quality carbon market. We are also implementing transformative initiatives to promote sustainable resource management and carbon growth. To promote growth in finance, Nigeria has issued its third sovereign green bond. The proceeds are dedicated to green projects and will advance our NDC commitment in partnership with international partners. In addition, through national flood management and resilience programs, Nigeria is investing in hydraulic infrastructure, river training, shore protection, and distilling work to protect vulnerable communities and restore degraded catchments. We are also advancing climate resilience in rural and urban areas to protect public health, enhance productivity, and sustain livelihoods. In the Sahel region, Nigeria continues to advance its transboundary water cooperation through its Niger Basin Authority in partnership with Lake Chad Commission to strengthen climate resilience and ecosystem restoration and peace building, prioritize data harmonization, groundwater management, and early warning system. Nigeria advocates for measurable indicators and dedicated financing to strengthen water sanitation resilience under global goal adaptation. Nigeria remains steadfast in strengthening data system and inclusive governance that prioritize women, youth, and vulnerable communities. Our nation continues to champion the ozone climate nexus through Montreal Protocol and Kigali Amendment, advancing sustainable cooling and low global warming potentials. Finally, Mr. President, Nigeria urges the delivery of the pledged 100 billion annual climate finance to ensure the untimely delivery of resources that will support adaptation, mitigation, and other priorities, particularly for vulnerable countries in the world. We stand ready for collaboration in synergy, mobilize resources, share knowledge, and accelerate innovative solutions for just and sustainable transition. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, addressing climate change is a shared responsibility. This gathering, COP30, presents yet another opportunity for us to collectively strengthen global solidarity, scale up ambition, and translate our commitment into concrete action. Let us remember that our action here will echo in eternity. Thank you very much, Ms. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Hani Faisal Nurofiq, Minister of Environment of Indonesia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Excellency, Head of States and Government, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Indonesian people, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to the government and people of Brazil, especially President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, for hosting this pivotal climate change conference marking 10 years of the Paris Agreement. We came to Belém with a strong commitment to the Paris Agreement and achieving net zero emission by 2060 or earlier. This pledge reiterates by the President of Indonesia at the UN General Assembly and the Special Envoy at the Belém Climate Summit on 2025. Highlights Indonesia's dedication to global climate action. Excellency, to advance the Paris Agreement, Indonesia submitted its second NDC in October 2025 and National Adaptation Plan in November 2025. Under this enhanced commitment, we have set two levels of emission of 1.2 until 1.5 gigaton CO2 equivalent by 2030. Raise renewable energy to 23% of our energy mix by 2030 and develop clean technology. Our Follow Net Sink 2030 program remains central, targeting at net CO2 reduction of 92 until 118 million tons by 2030. To support climate action and strategies, Indonesia has introduced a series of regulatory instruments, including Presidential Regulation Number 110 on waste to energy and Presidential Regulation Number 110 on carbon pricing. They serve as key component of our national framework for decarbonization, financing, and greenhouse gas emission management. To strengthen our climate commitment, Indonesia supports Brazil initiative on Tropical Forest Forever facility and has reduced deforestation by 75% since 2019. It is investing in conservation, biodiversity, and community program, well recognized the disproportionate climate impacts on vulnerable groups. Indonesia pledged in 1.4 million hectares of customary forest to local communities and restoring 12.7 million hectares of degraded lands. This morning, Indonesia launched Indonesia Blue Carbon Ecosystem Roadmap, an action guide affirming our commitment to ocean and coastal ecosystem as vital climate solution. Distinguished guests, after a week of intense negotiation, COP30 faces a pivotal moment. Progress is being made, but faster action is needed, especially on climate finance, adaptation, and just transition. Indonesia remains fully committed to working hand in hand with all parties to ensure that COP30 delivers concrete, inclusive, and transformative outcomes. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Isifu Seidu, Minister of State for Climate Change and Sustainability of Ghana. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
The President of COP, Excellency The President of COP, Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm felicitations on behalf of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the President of the Republic and the good people of Ghana, hosting this event in Belém, home of the Amazon, the world's largest tropical rainforest, known for its immense biodiversity, critical for attaining climate resilience and a just transition, is profoundly fitting. Mr. President, climate change is the single greatest existential threat to our economic development and the livelihoods of the world's most vulnerable. For Ghana and the other developing nations, this is not a future model, but a present-day reality. Its impacts are evident in increased floods, droughts, heat waves, which devastate lives, infrastructure, and food security. Mr. President, how long can we wait after 30 COPs for 2,900 deaths to continue to occur annually due to climate-related diseases as estimated in our national NDCs? How long can Ghana continue to spend $100 million annually for disaster-related extreme weather events? The impact of climate change is a global issue that affects us all. Therefore, addressing climate change is a moral and a strategic necessity for global climate action. Ghana is already investing in renewable energy, promoting sustainable practices, and implementing an energy transition framework aimed at achieving net zero emissions by 2060. While blessed with mineral resources such as oil and gas, vital for our development, Ghana also possesses a comparative advantage for a shift to low-carbon sources like solar, wind, and nuclear power. Distinguished delegates, in conclusion, let's be reminded that the climate crisis will be measured not in parts of millions, but in the struggle of the child in Gambaga, Nalergu in the Northeast region, the vulnerability of the old lady in Wa in the Upper West region, and the exhaustion of the family in Keta who must rebuild after every climate-related calamity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Fernando Andrés López Larrañaga, Minister of Environment of El Salvador. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora Presidente. Distinguidos delegados, reciban un cordial saludo de la República de El Salvador, el país del surf, del café y el Bitcoin. En El Salvador tomamos decisiones valientes, rompimos con lo que no funcionaba y demostramos que un país pequeño también puede cambiar su destino. Lo hemos hecho con la seguridad, transformando una realidad que muchos creían irreversible. Y hoy estamos aplicando esa misma determinación para transformar nuestra relación con el ambiente. Durante años se nos llamó uno de los países más vulnerables del mundo. Parecía que ese título era una condena, pero El Salvador ya demostró que incluso lo que parece imposible se puede revertir. Hoy dejamos atrás la narrativa del riesgo para construir una nueva, la de un país que se adapta, que se prepara y protege a su gente. Reforestamos, restauramos ecosistemas marinos, diversificamos nuestra matriz energética, modernizamos el manejo del agua y fortalecimos nuestros sistemas de alerta temprana, no solamente con tecnología y monitoreo necesarios ante eventos hidrometeorológicos extremos, sino convirtiéndonos en país líder regional en la gestión del riesgo. De la degradación pasamos a la recuperación, de la amenaza a la resiliencia. Para El Salvador la vulnerabilidad no es un destino, es un desafío y lo estamos enfrentando con hechos. Aunque aportamos menos del 0.04% de las emisiones globales, elevamos nuestra ambición climática. Nuestra NDC 3.0 establece una reducción del 5% para 2035 basada en medidas reales, financiables y coherentes con nuestro modelo de desarrollo. En energía avanzamos hacia una matriz más limpia, moderna y accesible. En transporte impulsamos movilidad eficiente y de bajas emisiones con proyectos como el primer metrocable del país y la expansión de la movilidad eléctrica. En agricultura hemos promovido prácticas sostenibles y en residuos aceleramos la transición hacia la economía circular. Pero también comprendemos algo fundamental: sin adaptación no hay desarrollo. Con casi el 90% de nuestra población en zonas de riesgo, la adaptación es y seguirá siendo política de Estado. Infraestructura resiliente, sistemas de alerta temprana, gestión hídrica, vivienda segura y conservación de ecosistemas. Estas acciones no buscan aplausos, buscan resultados, porque la acción, no la retórica, es la que salva vida. Este espíritu también se refleja en uno de los proyectos más emblemáticos y transformador del presidente Nayib Bukele, la construcción de 2 escuelas por día en todo el país. Los cambios más profundos no empiezan en los grandes foros, sino en las aulas. Cada escuela está diseñada con criterios de sostenibilidad, jardinería con especies endémicas para promover biodiversidad, áreas permeables que recargan los mantos freáticos, iluminación LED para reducir la huella de carbono, materiales con aislamiento térmico que mejoran confort y disminuyen el consumo energético. Estamos educando a nuestros niños en entornos verdes, seguros y sostenibles, porque no se trata solamente de qué planeta dejaremos a las próximas generaciones, sino qué tipo de personas le estamos dejando al planeta. Este esfuerzo forma parte de una visión nacional que integra restauración, ciencia y educación para transformar nuestra relación con el ambiente. El programa de conservación Río Lempa, una operación de canje de deuda que nos ahorra $350 millones y se proyecta 20 años, representa un cambio estructural en la gestión de nuestros ecosistemas y en la protección de una cuenca vital para los salvadoreños. Con esto estamos duplicando la inversión en ambiente mientras mejoramos nuestras finanzas y reducimos el riesgo país. El Salvador mantiene abierta la puerta a la cooperación, a las alianzas y al intercambio técnico. Venimos a trabajar con quienes creen que la acción climática debe medirse por lo que se ejecuta y no por lo que se declara año tras año en esta plenaria. Los países que menos hemos contribuido a la crisis climática somos quienes más pagamos sus consecuencias. Aún así, estamos cumpliendo, adaptando y transformando. Por eso hacemos el llamado a todos. Si entendemos la dimensión de este desafío, actuemos con la ambición que el mundo requiere. Nosotros estamos avanzando con compromiso. Confiamos en que todos ustedes nos van a acompañar en este esfuerzo con liderazgo y responsabilidad compartida. Construyamos el futuro. Este es el momento de elegir entre hablar del problema o enfrentarlo con acciones. Gracias.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Edgardo Ulces Ortuno Silva, Minister of Environment of Uruguay. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Señor Presidente, distinguidas autoridades, en nombre de la República Oriental del Uruguay, deseo expresar nuestro sincero reconocimiento al Gobierno y al pueblo de Brasil por la hospitalidad brindada y por la organización de esta trascendental conferencia en Belém, corazón de la Amazonia. Este encuentro nos convoca con una responsabilidad histórica: reafirmar nuestro compromiso colectivo con la acción climática, la justicia ambiental y la solidaridad entre los pueblos. Uruguay reitera su pleno compromiso con la Convención Marco de las Naciones Unidas sobre Cambio Climático y con el Acuerdo de París, como los instrumentos multilaterales legítimos y esenciales para enfrentar la crisis climática de forma colectiva, inclusiva y basada en la ciencia. Hacemos un llamado a renovar los compromisos para fortalecer el acceso al financiamiento climático, con un equilibrio adecuado entre mitigación y adaptación. Es fundamental el cumplimiento efectivo de los compromisos financieros de los países desarrollados hacia los países en desarrollo, para que estos cuenten con recursos adicionales, previsibles, concesionales y transparentes, en línea con el principio de responsabilidades comunes pero diferenciadas. Uruguay atravesó recientemente la peor sequía en décadas, sufre inundaciones y presenta alta vulnerabilidad ante los fenómenos climáticos extremos como país productor de alimentos con un amplio territorio dedicado a actividades agropecuarias y por la extensión de su espacio costero. Necesitamos decisiones concretas y robustas en materia de adaptación, particularmente en lo que respecta a la adopción de los indicadores necesarios para medir y evaluar el progreso colectivo hacia el Objetivo Mundial de Adaptación del Acuerdo de París y para la implementación de los planes nacionales de adaptación. Asimismo, debemos emitir un mensaje claro sobre la centralidad de la justicia climática en la toma de decisiones. La transición energética y productiva debe ser socialmente justa, equitativa e inclusiva, sin dejar a nadie atrás. La acción climática debe avanzar de la mano de la reducción de la pobreza, la equidad de género, intergeneracional, étnico-racial, la equidad de género, la participación plena de las comunidades locales, las poblaciones vulnerables, rurales y mujeres con perspectiva de derechos humanos. En ese sentido, consideramos necesaria la creación de un mecanismo de transición justa bajo la Convención. Excelencias, Uruguay se ha posicionado como un país pionero en sostenibilidad ambiental, con desarrollo económico productivo, transformó la matriz eléctrica alcanzando un 97% de fuentes de energía renovable, presentó su tercera contribución determinada a nivel nacional, en la que por primera vez se establecen límites absolutos de emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero. Cuenta con una estrategia climática de largo plazo al 2050 y una sólida arquitectura de gobernanza ambiental mediante la coordinación interinstitucional en el Sistema Nacional de Respuesta al Cambio Climático, la continuidad de las políticas de Estado y la participación ciudadana en consonancia con el Acuerdo de Escazú. Queremos y debemos seguir avanzando juntos. La COP30 debe ser recordada como una conferencia de decisiones firmes y resultados equilibrados, donde los compromisos se transforman en acciones concretas. Queremos contribuir a los consensos, aportar soluciones y ejercer liderazgo. Nuestro mensaje es claro: la justicia climática no puede esperar. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Humbert Zoom Matevosayan, Minister of Environment of Armenia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you. Dear Presidency, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I congratulate the President and the government of Brazil for their leadership in hosting COP30. It is an honor to address this distinguished gathering on behalf of the Republic of Armenia. We stand united with the common purpose to safeguard our planet, protect our people, and ensure a sustainable future for our generations to come. Armenia is a landlocked and mountainous country that is highly vulnerable to climate change. It affects agriculture, water resources, biodiversity, human health, and the daily lives of our citizens. And despite these challenges, we are determined to act decisively. Over the past year, Armenia has made major progress in climate governance. We adopted the comprehensive climate law that sets a long-term, economy-wide legal framework for action. We endorsed our LT-LEDs, which provides a clear path toward a low-emission and climate-resilient future aligned with the Paris Agreement. We advanced our third NDC, which is more ambitious than our 2021-2030 targets. Our updated NDC integrates stronger adaptation and mitigation targets. Renewable energy is a central pillar of our strategy. In recent years, we have expanded solar and wind power with plans to double renewable capacity by 2040. Our goal is to raise the share of the renewable electricity to 50% by 2030 and around 60% by 2040. We believe that the balanced system combining renewables with safe nuclear power is essential for just and sustainable transition. We are also implementing ambitious forest restoration and afforestation programs to increase forest cover. These reforms send a clear message. Armenia is committed, ambitious, and ready to lead by example. And still, we cannot act alone. For Armenia, like in many developing countries, finance, technology, and capacity building are essential. Without predictable and adequate international support, our full climate ambition cannot be achieved. We therefore call on all partners to increase climate finance, accelerate technology transfer, and reinforce capacity building support. Distinguished colleagues, in October 2026, Armenia hosts the 17th Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity, COP30, guided by the core values of inclusivity, transparency, high ambition, and action. Synergy and complementary across conventions is one of the core pillars of our vision. By minimizing duplication, accelerating implementation, and strengthening national capacities, we aim to foster a more integrated and effective approach to environmental sustainability. Excellencies, Armenia comes to COP30 with ambition, responsibility, and the spirit of partnership. Through innovation, collaboration, and mutual support, we can ensure that the Paris Agreement delivers on its promise and that future generations inherit a world of stability, prosperity, and hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Carsten Schneider, Minister of the Environment, Climate Action, Nature Conservation and Nuclear Safety of Germany. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, I would like to begin by expressing my profound gratitude to our Brazilian hosts. The Presidency is doing a great job driving forward the progress that we need. And the great people of Brazil have already won me over with their warm hospitality. Colleagues, if we compare today's world with a world without climate conferences, we will see a massive difference. We started our journey 30 years ago when we had the first COP in Berlin. Before the COP in Paris 10 years ago, we were headed for a world with global warming of over 4 degrees. Thanks to the pledges and measures initiated at COPs, we are now looking at under 3 degrees. This is a big achievement, but clearly we need to do more. Multilateral cooperation is the key, and I'm here to defend it in politically turbulent times. The key sector for this to succeed is the energy industry. Renewable energies have overtaken coal worldwide. More and more countries are introducing emission trading systems as a way to meet climate targets. All of this shows that we are making important progress, but we can and we will do more. The transition to a climate-neutral world is challenging, but it is also a major economic and social opportunity. The cost of inaction would be far higher. Today, in Germany, nearly 60% of our electricity supply comes from renewable energies. We are closing coal-fired power stations and reducing gas consumption. Germany is a reliable partner and stands by the new climate finance target adopted in Baku. In 2024, we contributed almost 12 billion euros to international climate finance. For example, we contributed to a just energy transition in Indonesia and South Africa. Over 6 billion euros of this are public funds which can also be used to mobilize further public and private funding. We need to get better at this. For example, through guarantees, which is why I'm pleased to have that I have launched the Green Guarantee Group in Germany. Many partners are already involved in the group. We were among the first to contribute to the new fund for responding to loss and damage. The first call for project has now started. This is an important step. Adaptation measures will play a key role here in Belém. These measures need to be implemented even faster to protect people and ecosystems. We will continue to especially support vulnerable countries. For example, the small island and developing states in the Caribbean are heavily affected by climate change. With our support, resilient coastal ecosystems help to better protect people from severe events such as hurricanes. And we are taking further action. I'm pleased to announce to you today that this year we will support the Adaptation Fund with a contribution of 60 million euros. We need to further accelerate the global energy transition. The expansion of power grids and storage systems plays a key role. I am pleased that we are advancing this together. In this context, we welcome President Lula's call for a roadmap on transitioning away from fossil fuel. It is the bold signal we need in order to kickstart a process at this COP. Germany supports this. And as I said at the beginning, precisely because of the current political headwinds, we defend multilateralism. Germany and Europe have come to Belém as reliable partners that work ambitiously at home, foster global cooperation and stand in solidarity with those most affected. And I conclude with how the people here in Belém say, Viva Amazonia. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Bremiti Lakiochen, Minister in Assistance to the President and Minister of the Environment of the Marshall Islands. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madam Vice President, Presidents, Excellencies, Yahweh, I bring warm greetings on what is a special day in the Marshall Islands, our own National President Day. When we published our NAP 2 years ago, we call our National Survival Plan. Now, we are focused on implementation of the plan. With our Marshall Island Resilience and Adaptation Fund, we call it MIRA, set up to receive support. The policy instruments are in place. We now need survival finance to deliver. We thank those already supporting us, like Taiwan, who should be here, contributing to the Mataro spirit needed to tackle climate change. Our adaptation needs numbers in billions. Let me say that again, numbers in billions. The impact of sea level rise, the salting of freshwater supplies, the erosion of shorelines, the tieback of our coral reef, these physical impact will transform our atoll island environment. With, in turn, most protective our coast, reclaim from the sea, and rise our islands, adaptation as limit, and the destruction to the property, culture, heritage will be profound. And we know these impacts are not just natural. In the Marshall Islands, women are stewards of our land, and the climate action must be designed with their realities in mind. Despite the impact of our shores, our people want to stay. I believe we all share this feeling. We want to remain and live with dignity in our own countries. In our traditions, when a child is born, the umbilical cord is buried in our family land. This signifies that no matter where we go in the world, you all are always pulled back to your first place of nourishment. But if that land is under the sea, then what? Excellencies, I take this inspiration from our ancestors who crossed vast ocean distances. When the stars disappear behind clouds and the wind tide, Marshallese navigators lay down in their canoes to feel their way forward by reading the pattern of the waves. At a time when geopolitics threatened to overtake us, we, Excellencies, must navigate our way forward. We will use every tool available to us, such as the recent advisory opinion from the International Court that tell us what we must do to protect the rights of human rights and the planet. Deliver NDC that are 1.5 aligned. Stop exploiting fossil fuel. Provide adaptation support, and above all, cooperate to deal with the climate emergency. As the Belem Climate Excellency, I have a few more minutes. Our leaders made bold call to action to kick off this COP of truth, such roadmap for the ending of fossil fuel, and deforestation. Negotiators must become navigators, heed those calls, and prove that Paris Agreement still worked. Excellency, we are not giving up on these processes. Excellency, I appeal to these processes not to give up on us. Komolda, and thank you very much on behalf of all the Marshallese. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Gem Schering, Minister of Energy and Natural Resources of Bhutan. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Very, very good afternoon to everyone. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the Royal Government of Bhutan, I convey warm greetings from His Majesty, the King Jigme. It is an honor to address this distinguished gathering at the 30th session of the Conference of the Parties, a historic milestone marking 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement. We congratulate the government of Brazil for hosting COP30 in Belem, symbolically situated in the heart of the Amazon, the lungs of our planet. As Belem is the heart of the Amazon, Bhutan is heart of the Himalayas, the lungs of our planet. Keeping 1.5 degrees Celsius alive is no longer a choice but a moral responsibility for humanity to drive in this one and the only Mother Earth. The cost of initiation is mounting as intensifying climate impacts threaten our economic prospects, financially stability and livelihoods, especially those of us most vulnerable and who lack capacity but have contributed least to the cause of the climate change. Despite being small, landlocked, mountainous, and highly vulnerable to the impacts of the climate change, Bhutan continues to head and uphold our commitment to remain carbon neutral for all the times to come. Leveraging our hydro and forest resources. The third nationally determined contribution launched on October 24, 2025 by the Honorable Prime Minister of Bhutan during the Royal Highland Festival celebrated at 12,500 feet above sea level, reaffirms Bhutan's carbon neutral commitment and reflects enhanced ambition and deeper integration of climate action into national economic development strategies and plans. The NDC is aligned with Bhutan's 10x National Economic Vision 2050, a bold and transformative blueprint that embodies our effective aspiration for the resilient, prosperous and harmonious future. I am also pleased to inform you on the vision of the Galefu Mindfulness City initiated under His Majesty King Jigme's leadership. This is a model mindfulness city that seeks to offer the world a different development path, one where traditional Buddhist value of the spirituality and harmony with nature behind with innovation, technology and we call for Belem COP to call for action for the to transform climate action plans into creative solution. It must deliver results for people, protect ecosystem and product tangible impacts. Belem must provide a clear path to deliver the decisions of the new collective quantified goal on climate finance, including the USD 300 billion goal. But we cannot do it alone. We all on the global community to call for renewed cooperation, collaboration, partnership and support. One must not forget coming together is a beginning, keeping together is a progress, and working together is a success. So let Belem 2025 be remembered as the COP that reconnected humanity with nature and reignited hope for the sustainable future. I thank you and Tashidele.
Your Excellency, it is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Johan Paul Johansson, Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate of Iceland. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, colleagues, it is symbolic that we gather here at the gateway to the Amazon forest, one of the world's most important climate systems, now under heavy strain and losing resilience. Thousands of kilometers away, in the North Atlantic, where I am from, another major climate system is showing signs of stress. I am speaking of AMOC, a vast ocean circulation that moves heat northward and shapes weather patterns across Europe and beyond. New research suggests that AMOC is not only gradually weakening, but that the risk of large, abrupt change is real and possibly closer than previous assessments implied. The destabilization of AMOC could bring profound disruption to our infrastructure, our ecosystems and living conditions, even during the lifetime of our children. For Iceland, this is a matter of national security, and the government treats it accordingly. The two systems, Amazon and AMOC, are entirely different, but they deliver the same warning. Man-made climate change is weakening the foundations that keep our societies safe. This is not inevitable. Climate tipping points can be averted by political choice and by collective action. We must accelerate emissions cuts, we must invest, and we must invest heavily in new technologies with new possibilities, from super-hot geothermal to the capturing and mineralizing of CO2. We must break the bottlenecks and clear the way for renewable energy, cheap, clean, and abundant. But above all, we must protect the systems that protect us: the oceans, the forests, and the wetlands. These are the stabilizers of global climate, and nations that steward them cannot be expected to carry that burden alone. Mitigating and adapting to climate change is a transnational project, one where we must be guided by best available science and by principles of equality and geopolitical justice. Iceland stands ready to contribute to a collective response that matches the scale of the threat, because what we do now together will decide whether the next generation inherits a managed transition or an unmanaged collapse.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Bojan Kumer, Minister of Environment, Climate and Energy of Slovenia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here in Belem at a critical moment for global climate action and multilateralism. The recent NDC synthesis report shows that while some progress has been made, we are still not on the right path to limit the global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees. To get back on track, we must fully implement the GST decision, including its energy package. We have committed to transitioning away from fossil fuels, tripling global renewable energy capacity, and addressing fossil fuel subsidies, among other measures. These are not just technical goals, but the scientific and economic foundation on a cleaner, safer, and just future for all. At the same time, it is essential that we advance our efforts on adaptation and climate resilience. Agreeing on indicators for the global goal on adaptation must be one of the key outcomes. Now is the time to ensure implementations grounded in science, so that this conference can truly be the implementation COP. According to the recent historic advisory opinion of ICJ, every country must do its utmost to strengthen the global climate regime. Slovenia is doing its part, demonstrating that small countries can play an important role. In July this year, we adopted our first national climate law, setting the objective of achieving climate neutrality by 2045 at the latest. Slovenia also continues to gradually increase its climate financing, both through bilateral projects and multilateral contributions to various funds, including the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage. Last year, we recorded a 17% increase in climate financing compared to 2023. This year, Slovenia also holds the presidency of the International Renewable Energy Agency Assembly. For Slovenia, this role is not only an immense honor,
but more importantly, a responsibility to champion global cooperation on renewables. At this COP, we must demonstrate that we are able to achieve a balanced outcome that responds to the ambition gap in mitigation, addresses the challenges of adaptation, and meets the needs for climate finance. An outcome that advances a just transition, promotes human rights and gender equality, and upholds international cooperation and multilateralism, guided at various steps by the best available science. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It is my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Moïse Fils Jean-Pierre, Minister of Environment of Haiti. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Madame la Présidente, distingués délégués, Mesdames, Messieurs, je prends la parole au nom de Son Excellence, M. Moïse Fils Jean-Pierre, ministre de l'Environnement d'Haïti. Au nom du Conseil présidentiel de transition, dirigé par Son Excellence Laurent Saint-Cyr, et du chef du gouvernement et du peuple haïtien, je tiens à exprimer ma profonde gratitude envers le peuple et le gouvernement brésilien pour l'accueil chaleureux et l'organisation remarquable de cette COP30 baptisée COP de la mise en œuvre et de la vérité. Madame la Présidente, pour Haïti, la limite de 1,5 degré C d'augmentation de la température globale est une question de survie. Les impacts des changements climatiques sont déjà une dure réalité pour notre pays. Haïti fait face des pays les plus exposés aux effets du changement climatique. Notre géographie insulaire, notre forte dépendance aux ressources naturelles, la dégradation de nos sols et la fragilité de nos infrastructures rendent notre pays particulièrement vulnérable. Selon l'indice mondial des risques climatiques, Haïti figure régulièrement parmi les 10 nations les plus affectées par les catastrophes naturelles au cours des 2 dernières décennies. Haïti émet à peine 0,03% des émissions de gaz à effet de serre au niveau mondial. Cette disproportion entre responsabilité et exposition illustre l'impérative nécessité d'une réelle justice climatique. Nous saluons la continuité des efforts sur l'opérationnalisation et la capitalisation du Fonds sur les pertes et préjudices, ainsi que les premières promesses pour sa capitalisation rapide. Malgré nos défis, Haïti participe activement à la lutte mondiale contre les changements climatiques. Comme indiqué dans sa version révisée de la CDN, Haïti entend d'ici 2030 augmenter de manière significative sa couverture forestière ainsi que la part des énergies renouvelables dans son mix énergétique. Nous avons déjà lancé le plan national d'adaptation, le plan national d'adaptation à la santé, un projet de transparence dans les secteurs énergie et agriculture, le draft de la politique nationale sur l'environnement, le climat, la paix et la sécurité. Et enfin, le plan de prospérité climatique présenté à cette conférence des parties. Toutefois, nos efforts se heurtent à des limites structurelles, accès limité au financement climatique, capacité institutionnelle fragile. Madame la Présidente, Haïti entend que cette COP30 marque un tournant décisif, un cadre solide pour évaluer les progrès et renforcer les ambitions d'adaptation, une transition juste, respectueuse des droits humains et soutenue par des engagements financiers clairs, un dédoublement effectif du financement pour l'adaptation et les pertes et préjudices, une décision ambitieuse sur un nouvel objectif collectif de financement climatique, la mise à jour des CDN et le soutien technologique, une rupture définitive avec le statu quo, notamment dans nos rapports avec les énergies fossiles. Comme vous l'avez stipulé avec raison, la coopération mondiale, par le biais du multilatéralisme, peut rétablir la confiance et confirmer au monde entier qu'une action collective et inclusive est le seul moyen de mener à bien une transition, une transformation qui ne laisse personne de côté. De ce fait, Haïti réitère son soutien à la participation pragmatique et constructive de Taïwan aux négociations mondiales sur le climat. Pour la communauté haïtienne, à l'instar de celle des petits États insulaires en développement, le seuil de 1,5 degré n'est pas un slogan. Il est une question existentielle qui engage la paix, la sécurité et la dignité des peuples. Agissons vite et bien pour un regain de confiance dans le multilatéralisme et pour le bien-être des générations actuelles et futures. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and it's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Norbert Tschöching, Minister of Agriculture and Forestry, Climate and Environmental Protection, Regions and Water Management of Austria. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Dear President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues. 10 years ago in Paris, the world made a promise. We united behind science and solidarity to limit global warming to 2.5 degrees. Today here in Belem, as we mark the 10th anniversary of the Paris Agreement, we must ask ourselves, are we truly keeping that promise? The science tells us we are not yet on track. Global temperatures exceeded 1.5 degrees for the first time last year, and extreme weather events are multiplying across the globe. The message from nature is clear. Excellencies, since the very first sustainability conference in Rio, we have gradually increased our ambitions. Now that we are returning to Brazil, here in Belém, let's turn ambition into action. We have the prerequisites. We have set net zero commitments. Renewable energy capacities have grown and new technologies have emerged. Now it is up to us to deliver tangible results. The EU is committed to deliver. Austria is committed to deliver. As we look for more solutions, let us not forget one of our most powerful allies, nature itself. Forests, for example, are the lungs of our planet. They absorb CO2, shelter vast biodiversity, and provide the resources for a future-proof bioeconomy. Likewise, our mountain ecosystems, often overlooked in global debates, are vital for our planet's balance. So let us strengthen support for nature-based solutions. Colleagues, climate change also puts extraordinary pressure on communities already affected by armed conflicts. Climate action in these countries is an investment in peace and stability. Let me assure you, we do hear the calls not to forget about climate action in peace building and post-conflict recovery. Therefore, at the United Nations in New York, Austria is taking climate action very seriously. As current co-chair of UN Climate Security Mechanism, we believe that protecting our climate also means protecting lives and preventing conflicts. And we will continue these efforts if elected as member of the UN Security Council next year for the period 2027 to 2028. Colleague, Excellencies, we need a climate policy that strengthens competitiveness, promotes innovation, and empowers the youth to be agents in our efforts toward a green transition. If we act decisively, by 2035, we can live in a world powered by renewable energy, where our forests stand tall, our mountains are protected, and our economies are stronger and more resilient for this and generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and it's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Peter Haldeck, Minister of Environment of Czechia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to address you today on behalf of Czechia. First, I want to deeply thank the government and people of Brazil for hosting this important conference. The Paris Agreement created a unique framework for ambitious collective efforts, mutual learning, innovation and solidarity. 10 years later, we can look back with a sense of purpose and pride. We have proven that we can work together and, most importantly, to act. Climate action presents an opportunity for a just and inclusive transition that can boost economic growth, create jobs, and build a more resilient society. Czechia has taken this opportunity and it's turning its promises into real action. Since 1990, we reduced our emissions by 47%, and we are well on track to meet at last 55% reduction target by 2030. Last year, we adopted a new National Energy and Climate Plan that provides a clear framework for decarbonization and energy security by 2050. We have also modernized legislation to accelerate use of renewable energy and to unlock investments and innovations. And this year, we are updating our National Adaptation Plan to improve resilience to the growing impact of climate change. In previous years, our region faced many dry periods and heat waves, followed by flash floods and forest fires. Climate adaptation is no longer a choice, but a necessity. Protecting people, infrastructure, and ecosystem must be in the center of our policy response. Adaptation and mitigation must go hand in hand. Czechia stands in solidarity with the most fragile countries, and we help them reduce risk of disasters, build resilience, and increase capacity to act. However, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine continues to worsen environmental degradation and energy security. Czechia supports partner countries and international organizations, especially in conflict-effective context. We meet here at the heart of the Amazon, a place where the consequences of climate change are a reality for many. That should encourage not only to debate, but also to deliver and to make this conference a turning point. In Europe, it is often said that we produce only 7% of emission. Therefore, I am glad to see that many other countries have their own goals of emission reduction. We have to work together. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and it's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Lieutenant General Bashir Mohammed Jama, Minister of Environment and Climate Change of Somalia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Excellencies, distinguished parties, esteemed representatives of United Nations agencies, observers and colleagues. On behalf of the Federal Republic of Somalia, I extend our deep appreciation to the government of Brazil and UNFCCC Secretariat for hosting COP30 in Belem, a crucial location for global climate action. Excellencies, Somalia is committed to addressing the climate crisis and has ratified the Paris Agreement. We present our ambitious map, an NDC 3.0 and NDC 3.0
investment plan, aligned with our national development plans and focused on climate resilience and clean development. Loss and damage are real for Somalia, and we call for swift action on the establishment of the Loss and Damage Fund. We are implementing solutions such as nature-based adaptation and clean cooking, but we need a stronger partnership and support from international organizations and our friends. During this high-level segment, Somalia emphasizes the importance of equity, adaptation, and implementation in climate action. We are dedicated to working with partners to build a more resilient and sustainable future for our people. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. It's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Patrick Brunings, Minister of Oil, Gas and Environment of Suriname. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, Head of Delegations, good afternoon. Suriname aligns fully with the statement delivered on behalf of the Alliance of Small Island States, OASIS, which was delivered this morning. I would like to do it a little bit differently. I would like to invite everybody to look at me and close their eyes. So please look at me, but close your eyes. And by doing so, I'm going to announce something. So please close your eyes if you dare to. Okay, this is breaking news. A meteor is hurtling towards Mother Earth and will enter our atmosphere very soon. Scientists have confirmed this. The impact is not a possibility, but a certainty. The only question left is how devastating it will be and whether we will act together with every tool we have to deflect it. Now you can open your eyes if you haven't closed it. Now, I'm wondering, how was this experience? If a meteor was really heading towards our Earth, would our sense of urgency not be very different? For my country, Suriname, and for all small and island development states, this is not a simulation. The meteor is already in our atmosphere. It is the sea level rise consuming our coasts, the superstorms destroying our economies, and the boiling oceans killing our reefs. This is the urgency we are living in today. Urgency explained by Jamaica this morning, the speed needed that Simon Steele referred to in his opening remarks. And colleagues, as we enter the second week of this COP, this urgency is terrifying absent from these halls. We have seen the reports on mitigation, on adaptation, on global stocktake, on just transitions. And we're not just moving slowly, we are almost stalled. We are trapped in procedural arguments, fighting over commas, brackets, while the crisis is accelerating. I speak for Suriname. We are one of the most forested carbon-negative countries on Earth. We provide a priceless climate service to humanity, safeguarding one of the world's last intact tropical rainforests. We are also a low-lying coastal state, where our people, our infrastructure, and our future face an existing threat for the sea. We have done our part. We have kept our commitments. But the failure in these negotiations is not technical. It's a failure of trust and a crisis of political will. The blockage in every single negotiation room, from the global adaptation to the technology mechanism, can be traced back to one source: the deliberate failure to deliver on climate finance. A credible outcome of COP30 is not complex. It requires three things: a new collective quantified goal, a loss and damage fund, and that is not voluntary, empty of begging bowl, and a global goal on adaptation that is not just target for us, but a commitment from you. Colleagues, this failure has consequences. For years, Suriname has safeguarded its forests, yet our net zero forest reference emission levels remain stalled on a technical process blocked in every climate finance we are owed. At the same time, we have made a programmatic, time-bounding decision to respond, developing our offshore responses. Let it be clear, this is not a path driven by preference. The faster adequate climate finance flows, the sooner we can close that bridge and accelerate our green transition. We are out of time for implementations. We are out of time for excuses. We urge you to instruct your delegates to break the gridlock today. Do not let us be the legacy of Belem, be that what we saw the collision coming, as we choose to do nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Bhupendir Yadav, Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change of India. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies and distinguished delegates, on behalf of India, I extend warm greetings to the Government of Brazil and the people of Belem for hosting COP30 in the heart of the Amazon, a living symbol of our planet's ecological wealth. This COP marks a decade since the Paris Agreement, a milestone to assess our collective resolve. It has reminded us that climate change is no longer a distant manifestation, but is real and imminent. Unsustainable growth and development have placed Mother Earth in deep stress. Under the visionary leadership of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, India has demonstrated successfully that development and environmental stewardship can advance in tandem. India's emission intensity has declined by over 36% since 2005. India's non-fossil fuel-based energy capacity, currently around 256 gigawatt, accounts for more than half of its total electric installed capacity. An NDC target achieved 5 years ahead of this schedule. Initiatives such as the International Solar Alliance and Global Biofuel Alliance have become global platform for performing affordable and clean energy. Our newly launched nuclear mission and green hydrogen mission further accelerate our journey towards net zero by 2070. We shall be declaring our revised NDCs till 2035 and also the first biennial transparency report. In line with the objective of Paris Agreement regarding conservation and development of carbon sink and reservoirs, 2 billion plants were planted under the community-led initiative in just 16 months. It is indeed a testament to the power of collective climate actions. Excellencies, in the same spirit, developed countries must reach net zero for earlier than current target dates, fulfill their obligation under Article 9.1 of the Paris Agreement, and deliver new, additional, and concessional climate finance estimated to be in trillions of dollars. Means of implementation must be adequate, accessible, affordable, and free from restrictive intellectual property barriers. Let the global community remember this COP as a COP of implementation and a COP of delivery on promises. As we look ahead, let the coming decade to be one of the implementation of resilience and shared responsibility, a decade that unites the world in the spirit of one earth, one family, one future. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and it's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. David Forney Masoni, State Secretary for Energy Transition, Transport and Mobility of Andorra. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Distinguidas excelencias, autoridades, delegados, é unha honra para mí estar aquí a porta de entrada do Amazónia para pedir más una vez una reacción inmediata que permita frear el aquecimiento global. El contexto internacional refuerza la urgencia de actuar. El balance mundial y de los últimos hallazgos del IPCC han dejado claro que para limitar el calentamiento global a 1,5 grados centígrados es necesario lograr reducciones profundas, rápidas y también sostenidas de las emisiones globales de gases de efecto invernadero. El informe nos indica que hay que reducir las emisiones un 43% en 2030 y un 60% en 2035, respecto a los niveles más altos de 2019, alcanzando cero emisiones en el 2050. Estos datos no son solo cifras, son solo un recordatorio contundente de la magnitud del problema y también del desafío al que nos enfrentamos y del poco tiempo realmente que nos queda para actuar con decisión. Sin embargo, el panorama actual muestra que la respuesta global aún está lejos de lo necesario. Según el informe de síntesis más reciente de las contribuciones nacionales, los nuevos objetivos presentados por los países solo lograrían una reducción colectiva entre un 7 y un 12% de las emisiones globales para 2035, en comparación con los niveles del 2019. Además, solo 113 países de 197 han presentado a esta fecha estas NDCs, lo que representa únicamente un 69% de las emisiones globales. Los territorios de montaña, como bien saben, como Andorra, son especialmente sensibles y también vulnerables a los efectos que ya está generando este cambio climático. Un nuevo informe del Observatorio Pirenaico del Cambio Climático así lo indica. El aumento de temperatura media en los territorios de montaña es un 30% superior a los territorios de la temperatura, media global. Por este motivo, compañeros, durante esta COP30 hemos liderado junto al Mountain Partnership y otros miembros de países montañosos un lobby de presión para que la Presidencia incorpore en la agenda climática esta problemática que ya afecta a millones de personas. Y estamos muy cerca de conseguirlo. Estos datos nos dibujan una clara brecha entre la ciencia y la acción. Una brecha, de hecho, preocupante. Mientras el mundo necesita más ambición, el ritmo actual de actualización y cumplimiento de los compromisos sigue siendo totalmente insuficiente. Pese a ese contexto, Andorra ha cumplido puntualmente su compromiso internacional, presentando el 5 de febrero de 2025 su tercera contribución determinada a nivel nacional, de acuerdo con el calendario establecido por el balance mundial, y convirtiéndose así en uno de los primeros 7 países del mundo en conseguirlo. En este nuevo compromiso nos hemos fijado el objetivo de reducir nuestras emisiones un 65% para 2035. Este objetivo es compatible con limitar el aumento de la temperatura global a 1,5 grados. Además, podemos afirmar que Andorra está en el camino de cumplir con sus objetivos climáticos, un hecho reconocido por el equipo de expertos técnicos que revisó nuestros informes de emisiones. Este reconocimiento confirma que Andorra no solo cumple con sus compromisos, sino que lo hace con rigor, con coherencia y credibilidad, consolidando su papel como referente en transparencia y también responsabilidad. Andorra no solo ha cumplido con la presentación de esta NDC, también ha sido el primer país del mundo en completar el ciclo entero de transparencia bajo el Acuerdo de París. Para nosotros, esto no es solo un informe, es una prueba de nuestra implicación con los principios de la Convención y una herramienta fundamental para medir nuestros progresos. Es evidente que para un país pequeño como el nuestro, el efecto que tiene nuestra contribución climática a escala mundial es muy pequeño, pero para nosotros supone un gran esfuerzo tanto técnico como también económico. Por eso creemos firmemente y exigimos que todos los países, independientemente de su tamaño o de sus capacidades, tengan un papel esencial en la implementación del Acuerdo de París. Cada fracción y grado centígrado que podamos limitar supone reducir el impacto sobre los ecosistemas, biodiversidad y medio ambiente. Para terminar, la respuesta multilateral, como nuestros foros, para mitigar el cambio climático solo tiene un camino, es la acción. Este es todavía hoy un camino sin final. Por eso es importante no detenerse. Andorra sigue caminando firmemente con determinación, también con transparencia. Les pido, les ruego que nos acompañen para contribuir a la acción climática colectiva y hacer frente a este reto global de la humanidad. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and it's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Javier Antonio Gutierrez Ramirez, Minister of Environment and Natural Resources of Nicaragua. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Muy buenas tardes, señor presidente, señoras y señores. La delegación de Nicaragua transmite cálidos fraternos saludos de nuestros copresidentes, el comandante Daniel Ortega Saavedra y de la compañera Rosario Murillo Zambrana, a todas las delegaciones aquí presentes. Expresamos además nuestro agradecimiento al gobierno y pueblo de Brasil por su hospitalidad para acoger esta COP30 en la histórica y fraterna ciudad de Belém, en el corazón de la Amazona latinoamericana. Estimados colegas, la ciencia es clara y inequívoca. El IPCC confirma que las emisiones globales alcanzaron las 59 gigatoneladas de dióxido de carbono, 3 veces más de lo que los sistemas naturales pueden absorber. Los países del norte global concentran más del 78% de estas emisiones, resultado de los modelos de producción y consumo que han roto los equilibrios planetarios. Nicaragua, en contraste, aporta menos del 0.05% de las emisiones globales, pero es desproporcionadamente afectada por la crisis climática que no causó. El llamado cambio climático ha evolucionado a una verdadera locura climática, una crisis planetaria y crisis ética, agudizada por la pérdida de respeto de la madre tierra. En Nicaragua, los impactos equivalen cada año hasta el 8% del Producto Interno Bruto, con daños que superan los 4.000 millones de dólares en infraestructura, agricultura, salud, educación, agua potable, saneamiento, energía, biodiversidad y otros sectores esenciales para la vida. Frente a esta realidad, urge que esta COP30 produzca resultados reales, verificables y vinculantes, no discursos vacíos. Exigimos que los países desarrollados cumplan con el principio de responsabilidades comunes, pero diferenciadas y capacidad respectiva, fundamento de la justicia climática. La respuesta internacional debe ser cooperación directa, respetuosa e incondicionada, como parte de una política de reparación histórica hacia los pueblos que no provocan esta crisis. Señor presidente, señoras y señores, el último informe del IPCC alerta que más de 3.000 millones de personas están expuestas a impactos severos de la crisis climática, especialmente en regiones como Centroamérica, el Caribe, África y en los pequeños insulares. Las concentraciones de dióxido de carbono han alcanzado niveles inéditos. Es impostergable que los países del norte global reduzcan al menos el 50% de sus emisiones al 2030 y cumplan con la meta de los 300.000 millones anuales en financiamiento climático, asegurando predictibilidad, no préstamos ni instrumentos financieros encubiertos. La adaptación y mitigación son insuficientes. Hemos sobrepasado los límites de la adaptación y por ello es urgente operativizar plenamente el Fondo de Pérdidas y Daños con nuevos recursos, nuevos, adicionales y sin condicionalidades. Rechazamos que se pretenda cerrar la brecha financiera mediante la mercantilización de la madre tierra, disfrazado bajo mecanismos de cooperación del artículo 6, que en la práctica consolidan los mercados de carbono y trasladan las obligaciones del norte global hacia los países en desarrollo. Señor presidente, señoras y señores, Nicaragua reafirma su compromiso con el Acuerdo de París, con la solidaridad internacional, con la defensa de los derechos de los pueblos del sur global. La COP30 es histórica para garantizar que el nuevo objetivo global de financiamiento post-2025 sea claro, justo, transparente y centrado en la adaptación y resiliencia, especialmente para nuestras regiones. Finalmente, Nicaragua exige el cumplimiento pleno y no selectivo del Acuerdo de París y reafirma su compromiso de seguir trabajando en la agenda regional latinoamericana y caribeña. También reafirmamos nuestra invariable solidaridad con los pueblos y gobiernos de Palestina y Venezuela, víctimas de agresiones y ocupaciones, medidas coercitivas unilaterales que violan flagrantemente la Carta de las Naciones Unidas y el derecho internacional. Rechazamos de manera categórica las medidas ilegales e ilegítimas impuestas por la potencia del norte global contra Estados soberanos, sanciones que afectan directamente a nuestros pueblos, profundizan la vulnerabilidad climática y constituyen un obstáculo inadmisible para el desarrollo sostenible, para la justicia y la paz. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and it's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Orlando Habet, Minister of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Solid Waste Management of Belize. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, this year marks 3 decades of the COP process, 3 decades of trying to build a global response to a crisis that continues to outpace us. It also marks 10 years since the Paris Agreement, milestones that should have placed us on a safer path. Yet, despite progress, Belize and our Caribbean neighbors still face the harsh realities of a warming world with impacts that threaten our development, our stability, and our very existence. Hurricane Melissa's devastation in Jamaica and Cuba is but the latest reminder. For Belize and countries like ours, COP30 is a fight for survival. And yet, instead of scaling up, climate finance is contracting, risking the reversal of years of effort. Our communities cannot adapt without resources. Hope and prayers alone will not rebuild what storms destroy. We welcome the operationalization of the Loss and Damage Fund at COP29, a landmark step, but now it must grow and deliver. It needs rapid scaling and sustained commitments. We must also move carbon markets from discussion to implementation. With the Article 6 rulebook complete, Belize calls for accelerated operationalization, supported by the technical and financial assistance required for full participation. Closing the adaptation gap remains equally critical. We need concrete action to strengthen resilience and protect the food and water security of our people. Belize, though small, continues to lead by example. As host of the ICAT Regional Transparency Hub, we are strengthening transparency systems across 8 nations. At home, we have submitted our biennial transparency report and are advancing our multi-sectoral national adaptation plan. And in NDC 3.0, Belize has raised its ambition even further through concrete, measurable action, such as expanding renewable electricity generation to 75% of domestic demand by 2030 and 80% by 2035. But let me be clear, ambition can only succeed if matched by support. Delivering these targets requires over $1.5 billion by 2035. For small, climate-vulnerable nations like Belize, this means scaled, predictable finance, accessible technology, and genuine partnerships. And in that vein, health must be at the center of climate action. Extreme heat is driving more heat-related illness, shifting vector patterns and worsening air and water quality, which are increasing respiratory and waterborne diseases. These impacts are real and immediate. A climate agenda that does not center human health will fail the people it is meant to protect. The recent advisory opinion of the International Court of Justice marks a turning point for the world. It makes clear that states have legal obligations to prevent climate harm, to act on the best available science, and to protect those most at risk. Mr. President, Belize believes every capable partner, including the Republic of China, Taiwan, should have the opportunity for meaningful and pragmatic participation in the UNFCCC process. Taiwan's clean technology innovation and support for climate-vulnerable nations are contributions the global community cannot overlook. Its alignment with the global collective initiative launched by Brazil is another signal of coordinated action toward implementing the Paris Agreement and achieving a net zero future. Mr. President, Belize remains firm and hopeful in our commitment to climate action. Our message is simple. This COP must deliver. It must deliver now. This process must show that it can protect the world's most vulnerable, because anything less falls short of the urgency we face. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Christopher Bowen, Minister of Climate Change and Energy of Australia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I begin by reaffirming Australia's commitment to the inclusion of First Nations people in our climate change response and clean energy future. Friends, 10 years on from the Paris Agreement, more than 30 years from the Rio Earth Summit here in Brazil, which began this journey, it's time for us to take stock. We've made progress, including by bringing our projected emissions down from 4 degrees of warming to 2.1 to 2.8 degrees. And while the current global environment is without doubt challenging, the fact is the world remains seized of the opportunity before us. That's because the net zero transition is no longer just necessary, it is the engine room of global economic growth. It underscores that we need to be unwavering and unrelenting in our collective efforts to realise the goals of the Paris Agreement. I'd like to thank the COP President, my very good friend, André de Correa de Lago, and Team Brazil for bringing us together for this global mutual. Standing shoulder to shoulder with you today at this critical time here in the heart of the Amazon. When we act together, we can achieve together. Friends, 2025 has been a big year for climate action in Australia. In September, we submitted our 2035 nationally determined contribution, a target of 62 to 70% below 2005 levels. It's both ambitious and achievable. It's a magnet for investment in our clean energy transition. Our domestic uptake and rollout of renewables continues at speed. In September, for the first time, Australia saw renewables overtake coal as our largest source of energy in our national energy market. More than 1/3 of Australian homes have solar panels on their roof. Some of those installed panels because they want to address climate change, but most of them did it because what's good for the planet is also good for your pocket. We have so much solar now that we are introducing Solar Sharer, a retail offer including 3 hours of free power in the middle of the day, even for households without panels. And over 125,000 households have now installed batteries since the 1st of July, thanks to our Cheaper Home Batteries program. That's 1,000 households each and every day installing a battery. With a solar panel on the roof and a battery in the garage, households can decide what they do with their energy. It is clear we are in the decade of electrification. Australia knows and the world knows. A transition to a cleaner, cheaper, more reliable grid is good for emissions, good for energy security and good economics. Friends, we are less than 50 months away now from 2030. And if there's one region that has been leading the drive for collective climate action with courage and conviction, it's the Pacific. That's why if Australia hosts COP31, it will be in partnership with the Pacific. In hosting COP31, we want to bring the world to our region to see the impacts of climate change and bring the world's best innovators and businesses to invest in solutions. In hosting COP31, we want to offer hope through our steadfast commitment to collective action, bringing continuity and stability from the Amazon, the lungs of the earth, to our blue Pacific continent, and highlighting the immense economic opportunities for all countries of climate action and a net zero future, to build on what works and what has come before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's my pleasure to welcome His Excellency Mr. Madan Prasad Payar, Minister of Agriculture and Livestock Development of Nepal. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mr. President and distinguished delegates, on behalf of Nepal, I extend our deep gratitude to the COP30 presidency and the people of Brazil for their warm hospitality. Speaking from this stage in the heart of Amazon, Nepal strongly reaffirms its call for climate justice. While our contribution to global emission is negligible, we bear a disproportionate burden of its impact. Our glaciers are retreating at an alarming rate, threatening water, food and health security for billions of people downstream. This year alone, Nepal faced a series of climate crises, from severe drought to unseasonal floods and landslides that claimed over 300 lives. Our agriculture, the backbone of the economy, is reeling. Despite challenges, Nepal is leading with ambition. We submitted an action-oriented NDC-3 and NAP with a net zero emission target by 2045. Nepal strongly believes in harmony with nature. As the most nature-connected nation, our forest cover now exceeds 46%. Yet, we confront severe challenges. Our climate finance remains negligible. Mountain communities who protect the global commons but bear the brunt of climate change have not been compensated. Our message among these challenges is clear. On climate finance, we urge developed countries to fulfill past commitments with simplified, predictable, and accessible mechanisms. For the most vulnerable, it must be grant-based. We welcome the launch of Barbados implementation modality and call for full operationalization of FRLD. On solidarity, we urge the global community to follow science. History will judge us by actions, not words. It is the duty of each country to submit ambitious NDCs, fulfill treaty obligations, and honor the ICJ's advisory opinion on climate justice. All countries, including emerging economies, must engage with open hearts and minds to keep the 1.5-degree limit within reach. I underscore the need of integrating mountain agenda in UNFCCC process. The Sagarmatha call for action adopted in Kathmandu in May this year emphasized the dedicated fund to safeguard mountains, and we strongly advocate for its internalization. Nepal believes in multilateralism and inclusion. Voices of youth, women, marginalized people, and indigenous groups must be heard, encompassing all stakeholders, including civil society and private sector. In conclusion, let me reiterate, Nepal remains committed to contributing to create a sustainable future of the humanity through our collective efforts. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's my pleasure to welcome Mr. Mansour Oshourbayev, Vice Minister of Ecology and Natural Resources of Kazakhstan. You have the floor.
Уважаемые коллеги, министры, дамы и господа, для нас большая честь быть здесь, в Белене, в год десятилетия Парижского соглашения, а также 80-летия Организации Объединенных Наций. Этот рубеж не просто дата в календаре, а момент проверки нашей коллективной ответственности, способности к стратегическому лидерству и готовности перейти от дипломатических формулировок к реальной фазе сотрудничества и реализации. 10 лет назад мы заложили фундамент. Сегодня нас оценивают по тому, что на этом фундаменте реально построено. В условиях глобальной климатической повестки, ввиду критических предупреждений, поступающих от научного сообщества, для всех нас вопрос реализации обязательств становится критичным. Именно поэтому мы разработали АНУФ до 2035 года с комплексными мерами по декарбонизации экономики, чтобы он был сбалансированным и открывал возможность для привлечения финансирования. Мы также финализируем работу по разработке национального адаптационного плана, который направлен на повышение устойчивости страны к климатическим изменениям. Во второй неделе переговоров перед нами стоит задача обеспечить конкретные, практично ориентированные результаты, а не просто согласованные тексты. Особое значение имеет сотрудничество в области развития технологий и исследований и разработок. Именно технологии, инновации, инфраструктурные и научные решения являются драйвером устойчивого сокращения выбросов и новой модели экономического роста. Мы поддерживаем ускоренное продвижение по новой количественной цели климатического финансирования NCQG и практическое наполнение дорожной карты Баку-Белем. Считаем важным обеспечить связку данной архитектуры с реформированием роли многосторонних банков, развития и применением гарантийных механизмов модели смешанного финансирования, а также с функционированием страновых климатических платформ как системной, а не параллельной инфраструктуры. Отдельно отмечу механизмы статьи 6 Парижского соглашения, которые должны служить катализатором усиления коллективных амбиций и возможностей для трансфера технологий и привлечения инвестиций, а не механизмом, позволяющим отдельным странам снижать собственные усилия по выполнению АНУФ. Вместе с этим в настоящее время вопрос сохранения морей и океанов занимает важное место в мировой экологической повестке. Казахстан сталкивается с этой проблемой на примере обмеления Каспийского моря. Это приводит к разрушению экосистем, потере биоразнообразия и социально-экономическим последствиям для миллионов людей. По инициативе президента Республики Казахстан Касым-Жомарта Кемелевича Токаева в 2026 году Казахстан проведет региональный экологический саммит в партнерстве с ООН, который станет площадкой, для которой мы рассматриваем как возможный этап в укреплении региональной экологической и климатической архитектуры. Саммит направлен на укрепление региональной основы для амбициозных мер в области охраны окружающей среды и борьбы с изменением климата. И мы рассчитываем, что все стороны и партнеры присоединятся к нам, чтобы сделать по-настоящему международной площадкой для сотрудничества в области амбициозных мер, основанных на научных данных. Сегодня от нас всех ожидают не просто решений, а сигналов, которые содействуют изменению системной логики, финансовых потоков, технологических приоритетов и траектории развития стран. Пусть COP30 станет точкой входа в новую фазу измеримой и доказуемой реализации. В этом ключе Казахстан придерживается инициативы президента COP30 о духе Мутирао «Коллективное действие». Благодарю за внимание.
Thank you, and distinguished delegates. This brings us to the end of our national statements for today. Excellencies, honored guests, the high-level segment will continue tomorrow, Tuesday, 18 November, in this plenary at 10 a.m. With this, I declare the joint meeting of the COP, CMP, and CMA adjourned. Thank you.